Matters of privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be back in the legislature today, and welcome to all of my colleagues. All Islanders tuned in online or through Eastlink, I wish them all a good day. Mr. Speaker, I will be brief today. Was pleased to join the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce today for their annual general meeting, and what has become kind of a tradition, at least for me, that there's a Q&A process with the President, and I was glad today to have the honour to be the first for the new President, Barb Smith. And it was great to see many of my colleagues from the legislature in the audience today, and perhaps even more tuned in online, but it was great. There's a lot of uncertainty and worry in our business community for good reason, and it was a good opportunity to try to do the best we can to enlighten them as to what the future looks like. So thank you to Colin Juncker, of course, and Barb Smith, and all the members of the Chamber of Commerce in the Greater Charlottetown area for all of their work. I also wanted to recognize, Mr. Speaker, the recently announced partnership with the Reach Foundation and Meijer Canada. As most of our colleagues in here know, the Reach Foundation does great work with island youth with mental health and addictions issues. Their members learn very unique skills, including making their beautifully crafted cutting boards and other products, Mr. Speaker, which are now available on sale on the Meijer Canada website as well. So that's a really good partnership, and thanks to the Reach Foundation for the amazing work they do. I also continue to be amazed, Mr. Speaker, with the quality of island athletes, and it was great to read the story on the CBC website about Summerside's Kyle Bailey, Mr. Speaker, who will get his second crack at the Rugby World Cup after an injury in 2019. He's currently playing rugby professionally, Mr. Speaker, in New Orleans as captain of the NOLA Gold of the Major League Rugby circuit. Will return to Canada to join the national team, and which is hoping to qualify for the World Cup in 2023. We live in a very blessed place, Mr. Speaker, with wonderful people, wonderful athletes, and it's great to see Kyle and others work hard to achieve their career goals, Mr. Speaker. So best of luck to him and to all tuned in today, Mr. Speaker. I hope you enjoy the proceedings.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by congratulating a number of island CEOs who were mentioned in the top 50 Atlantic Canada CEOs. A couple of them have already been mentioned in here. Chad Mann, of course, the sister-in-law of the member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, was mentioned, I believe, by the Premier the other day, and indeed by the member herself. But there are other island CEOs on that list. Ala Abdelaziz, of course, from UPEI, Paul Young, who's the administrator of Community Hospitals West, Kevin Kiley, managing partner of McInnes Cooper, Trevor Spinney, who's the president of the Charlottetown Metal Products, and Mitch Cobb, who's the CEO, of course, of Upstreet Brewing. A paucity of women on there, I see, Mr. Speaker, but hopefully next year that will be rectified. The Rotary Club of Hillsborough members are hosting their book sale this week at the Charlottetown Mall, and that's a great event. People can come and donate books all week, and the sale begins tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and goes till 8 o'clock. And also on Friday and Saturday. So those are always fun events. Finally, Mr. Speaker, a young 10-year-old Islander, Rory Benedetto O'Brien, has just launched a YouTube channel, and he calls his YouTube channel Ginger Food Adventures, referring to the color of his flaming hair. Rory's a great feller. His mom, of course, is Sarah O'Brien, who owns and runs the Hand Pie Company. And so he comes by, his channel is all about the love of food, and it's about promoting island restaurants and island producers. And he comes by that honestly, of course, because of his mother. And he says, I want people to learn about like the different kinds of foods, and I want them to learn about supporting local businesses. And so far he's reviewed an Acadian dish prepared by his grandmother, a couple of Summerside bakeries, vegan cheese from Fromage, a chocolate croissant from Receiver Coffee, and the Riverview Country Market pickles. And he's getting help from his mum when he creates the videos. He says it's a lot of work, but they're great fun to watch. So if you have a moment, look up the Ginger Food Adventures. So thanks, Rory, for doing that. And thank you, Sarah, for supporting him. All of these little things to help island food producers are great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's great to be back today, and I welcome all my colleagues and say hello to everyone back in Evangeline Squish who may be watching. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize this week, May 9th to the 15th, is National Police Week. The theme for the week is working together to keep our community safe, and I think that phrase showcases the work our law enforcement officers do. Police officers are an integral partner of maintaining public safety within our communities, and for that I thank them. Being a law enforcement officer can often be dangerous, and I'm pleased to see their work being recognized this week and the things they do every day. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize Jody Reddy, I hope I pronounced that right, a second-year LPN student at Holland College, who recently won a brand new 2021 Chevrolet Spark for her high marks. Lou McEachran, who is from PEI but now operates a business in Calgary, started the Earn a Car program that is now in its 7th consecutive year. I would like to thank Lou for his contributions to this program and also congratulate Jody on her great accomplishment, and I hope you enjoy your new car. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise again today, and just to echo some of the words of what the Premier had said. It was great to be at the Chamber's AGM this morning. First of all, a big thanks to the staff at the Delta Prince Edward Hotel. This is the second event I don't want to say post-COVID, but since the pandemic that I've been able to attend. And I know their staff puts a lot of time and effort into making sure that people can be there physically distancing and also very cleanly. So I do appreciate the staff. And a constituent of mine, as the Premier alluded to, Colin Juncker, who is moving on as president of the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce. I've known Colin for many years. He is a great person. I know he did an incredibly great job, especially during a very tough time. But I do wanted to say a thank you to Colin for all the work, and I wish Barb Smith the best of luck in the new position. And of course, it was mentioned earlier today, Mr. Speaker, a special shout out to the new incoming intern CEO, Nicole Belfleur. I know she will do an amazing job, so I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer, Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today, and I welcome everyone who's watching from home, especially in District 27, Tignish Palmer Road. And I'd like to send out a wish to all the fishers that the season remains safe and that their catches remain high. And Mr. Speaker, this being Nurses Week, I'd like to recognize 7 RNs in my family for all the great work that they do, and that I'm very proud of what they do to help Islanders. And that's my wife Brenda, my sister Heidi, my sister-in-law Arlene Perry, my nieces Jessica Perry, Megan Miller, Jenna Palmer Gallant, and Laura Montgomery Gallant. Thank you.
Did I miss anyone? Member statement. The Honourable Member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, when I started asking about non-disclosure agreements being used in cases of sexual misconduct, I never dreamed getting some preliminary questions answered would be as hard as it was. Even now, the information I've gotten back is thin at best, but here we are. The other thing I wasn't expecting when I started asking these questions was the amount of people who would follow up with me privately on the subject. Honestly, it's been a little overwhelming to hear so many stories, many of them vague due to the fear of putting themselves at risk. But I really appreciate everyone who has taken the time to share what they can about their concerns and experiences. It's made it clear to me that this issue is more far-reaching than I originally expected, and it's helping me understand where some of the changes need to happen. While there are absolutely valid reasons for non-disclosure agreements, it's time for PEI to have a conversation about what role they should have in cases of sexual misconduct, discrimination, and harassment. I intend to start that conversation, and over the next few months, I'll be working on legislation that I'm planning to bring forward this fall. I'll be consulting widely in the next while on this, and I look forward to debating this in the next sitting. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I ask that any Islander who wants to express their thoughts on what that legislation needs to include or what we need to consider should feel invited to email me or call our office. This is a difficult conversation, but it's long overdue. Islanders, especially island women, shouldn't have to continue waiting in silence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Meadowbanks and the third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing more and more concern about government's ability to steer our medium-term economic recovery, and the slow return of jobs is a particular concern. Across the Atlantic region, employment has basically returned to pre-pandemic levels. But here in the island, we are well behind, and nationally, we are trailing nearly every other province. And we still have no report on the Premier's Council of Economic Growth, which was supposed to be tabled this sitting. In part, I believe this is due to the fact that we rely more on hospitality, accommodations, and tourism as a source of economic activity. And as everyone in this House knows, there is a great deal of uncertainty when it comes to the summer of 2021. In my view, from the perspective of the Liberal caucus, more must be done to outline a clear and critical path for our tourism sector over the next several months. There are thousands of islanders who depend on this sector, and government's relative silence on this growing problem is becoming noticeable. And this is what I'm hearing from constituents. Most of the impact of this employment recession is landing on the shoulders of young people and women. The latest batch of hiring data has reignited fears that the COVID-19 crisis will impact women's job prospects more harshly than men. For various reasons, the hospitality and accommodation sector relies on the hard work of both these groups, and this is beginning to have a damaging effect on both immediate and long-term prospects. In my opinion, most of the responsibility for a solution lies within government, which should be providing clear and well-understood guideposts to these workers and the businesses that employ them. I, for one, am not willing to simply give up on 2021. I believe that a lot of very productive work could be done in terms of infrastructure investment, employment, and assistance, and I would very much encourage government to look beyond its current habit of mere check writing and move toward the creative and imaginative solutions that are clearly required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My apologies. Cornwall Meadowbanks.
That's all right.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to rise today to notify everyone of an upcoming event in support of an island community not-for-profit that had its origins in a recent debate in this very chamber, Mr. Speaker. During debate on a motion over the use of locally cut wood in construction, there was a light-hearted exchange between the motion's mover, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Brighton, and the Honourable Member from O'Leary Inverness. There was some dispute on who had more skill and prowess in the use of a hammer, but there was no real resolution to the question. So, Mr. Speaker, after a quick chat with the good folks at Habitat for Humanity PEI, we came up with a solution. Hammer Down 2021 is a light-hearted competition which will raise awareness for Habitat for Humanity and its Restore. The Restore is the group's main source of revenue, which supports their efforts to build affordable housing in island communities. Hammer Down 2021, Mr. Speaker, will occur on Monday, May 7th at 1 o'clock at the brand new Construction Association training facility here in Charlottetown at the Royalty Centre on Edmund Crescent. On account of COVID-19 guidelines, this will be an indoor event and promoted online through the Habitat for Humanity PEI Facebook page. Now, each caucus, Mr. Speaker, is fielding a team of 3 contestants. They will be testing their carpentry skills at the Hammer Down 2021 event. From the official opposition, there's the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Brighton, Mermaid Stratford, and Charlottetown Belvedere. From the third party, there's the Honourable Members from O'Leary Inverness, Tignish Palmer Road, and also Charlottetown West Royalty. From the Government Caucus, there's the Minister of Social Development and Housing, Transportation and Infrastructure, and Fisheries and Communities. Whoa. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we thank you because the Speaker has graciously agreed to serve as a judge for Hammer Down 2021. And if I can muster up the courage to hold a microphone, I will be serving as the event's MC. Habitat for Humanity PEI is a valuable community organization doing great work in support of islanders, and I do want to thank the members from all the party caucuses in the House for coming together to participate in what I expect will be a very entertaining event. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, members, I can't be bought. Yes, I can't. Can't.
One word, asphalt.
Can't. Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as notice. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition asked me to provide some clarification on one of the exposure sites that was released on Friday, May the 7th as part of a public health bulletin. As I mentioned in my response, public health nursing and the Chief Public Health Office work with individuals who receive a positive diagnosis for COVID-19 to conduct contact tracing. This is a methodical process that often takes multiple interviews with individuals to get all of the necessary information and to ensure that all close contacts and potential exposure sites are identified. Contact tracing begins soon after the individual is informed of their positive COVID-19 test results. And as you can appreciate, it's often a time where these individuals are worried, scared, and upset. They're also concerned about their own health as well as the well-being of their family and friends and, of course, all islanders. For one of the public exposure sites reported last Friday, the initial information provided to the public was incorrect and identified the wrong day of the potential exposure. This exposure site was not considered high risk, and individuals who were at the site were required to get tested only if they had symptoms of COVID-19. When the CPHO learned about the error, they took immediate steps to correct the information by advising the public and the media on Monday morning. Again, the guidance for anyone at this exposure site did not change. Individuals were asked to self-monitor, and testing is required only if individuals were symptomatic. So I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, just to thank again on behalf of all islanders and individuals in this House, the dedicated public health staff and the CPHO for their great work in managing COVID-19, for keeping islanders safe, and also to all islanders, Mr. Speaker, who are terrifically engaged and follow the health protocols so very closely. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in response to questions with regard to exit surveys for health employees across the province, Mr. Speaker, since the formation of Health PEI, the opportunity for employees to conduct an exit interview has been available. Exit interviews are sent from Human Resources representatives, and all Health PEI employees who exit Health PEI are provided the opportunity to complete an exit interview. This would apply to all classification groups in Health PEI, such as nurses, RCWs, or LPNs, physical therapists, physicians, service workers, etc. And Mr. Speaker, I will be tabling a blank copy of the survey, of the exit interview survey that is made available to all employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No more responses? For our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The forests of PEI tell an interesting tale of the history of our province since settlers arrived in the 1700s. In order to create arable land, the existing forest cover had to be cleared. And while most of the timber would have been burned by those early pioneers simply to get rid of it, much of it was used to build the first homes of here on the island, to heat those houses, and to build fences to contain livestock. The second wave of harvesting was much later. It involved removal for shipbuilding and to ship mature timber to Europe, where most of the forests there had, of course, already been felled. Our forests reveal a story of the challenges faced by early pioneers and of a time of iconic commercial prosperity here on Prince Edward Island. To the Minister of Environment, what story is the current third wave of deforestation telling us about our province?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think we're not at the levels we were in the early 1900s, where we had 8% forest cover and a lot of the land on Prince Edward Island was farmed by small farms. There's a small farm in my family on my mother's side, my great-grandparents, that's completely forested now, that would probably still be considered agricultural land. I don't really know, but it was the family farm, and it was for a number of years, and it became forest. And in some cases, those growths, and they grew over the years and filled back in. And I think that we've seen the land kind of change again. So in some cases, and I know we've talked about this, and we don't know the complete result. In the 90s, there was a big push to build golf courses, so there's golf courses, and that could have contributed to it. I know there's an increase of biomass, that might be contributing to it. I know there's an increase of farmland, that might be contributing to it. And I think we have to look at what all the issues are, and when we talked about it in budget estimates here yesterday, is we have to set a goal for ourselves, is what are we working inside, what's reasonable to expect on an island of our size, that has population density that we have, going into the future. And quite frankly, I don't believe that we have that answer, but I think we need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader to Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. And continuing on the sort of history lesson that we're providing here, the infamous land lottery of 1767 put the entire island, including forested land, of course, in the hands of a small number of proprietors. Unlike the other Canadian provinces, that process failed to reserve any Crown land for timber, leading to the situation we have now, where almost 90% of the island is in private hands. As we discussed last week in the House, this creates challenges for government when it comes to what can and can't be regulated on this private property. To the same minister, like me, I'm sure you've had a large number of emails and calls and other messages from worried islanders concerned about how your administration is going to manage this. What can you tell all of the people who've reached out to me with concerns in the last few days?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Besides the fact they probably reached out to the wrong person, they should reach out to the decision makers that can actually make the decisions. I will say that I've spoke to a number of people. I've received emails. It seemed that there was some sort of a combination between the Environmental Bill of Rights and the discussion that we've been having about forestry here. And maybe in one particular area where one particular member of this legislature might have been telling people things that weren't true. It wasn't from your caucus, so not you guys, but I think that I've talked to numerous farmers and numerous woodlot owners, and I've said we haven't made any decisions. So what we need to do is look and say, what do they need? So I've committed to meeting with the Woodlot Owners Association to talk about what their needs are for healthy forests into the future and how they can make money on it. We're looking internally and say, what can we do to help protect forests by incentivizing people to not cut down their trees and let them become mature. Much like we already do with the farm community and the ALICE program, we have to look at a program similar to ALICE, maybe a little more robust, that deals with woodlots in Prince Edward Island, because they are spread out everywhere across Prince Edward Island. And I might add that the number that we're working from is the 1990 number, which was a kind of like an all-time high for us as far as the pieces of Prince Edward Island that were forested. And of course, there was over 10,000 hectares disappeared in the 10 years between 1990 and 2000, and we're continuing down that path. So it's not a path that we want to be on, but I contend that we don't really have the answer for what is the number that we want and what is actually sustainable for the amount of forest we have here in Prince Edward Island. And I think we have to work towards first determining that, and then we can better discuss with the landowners, the woodlot owners, and farmers what is the best way for them to work, for us all to work together. So I don't see legislation coming. I don't see us coming with the hammer. I see us working in a collaborative nature with all islanders to help service both the goals of the better goals of government that we have in our net zero plan, and to help people have some sort of value in their land that they don't feel like they have to clear cut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks. So that was a revealing answer. I was always of the opinion that the decision makers, the ultimate decision makers, were the legislators in this House, the legislative branch of government. So when the member says they're talking to the wrong person because he's not speaking to the decision makers, that really tells us a lot about how this minister thinks his job is and what he thinks the rest of our jobs are. We have a clash of several opposing forces here. We all know how much the price of lumber has increased in the last year, so that financial incentive to harvest is significant. The public is also more knowledgeable and concerned than ever about preserving the natural environment. We know that the loss of forest has wide impacts ranging from soil health and erosion to water retention, loss of shade, windbreaks, habitat, microclimate, and so on. The forests play a critical role in air quality, and they also, of course, provide places of calm and beauty. To the same minister, a number of policy options are available to curb the momentum towards further loss of forest cover. What sorts of incentives could be offered to landowners to not harvest their forests, and what regulations do you think need to be brought forward on the nature of how and to what extent forests can be harvested?
Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we were all equal, like the honourable member over there seems to think we were, he wouldn't be asking me questions. He'd be able to answer them without asking them. And as a matter of fact, he wouldn't blame any minister over here for things that go wrong. So every time something goes wrong in government, you guys are standing up, blaming the people that sit over here. So exactly the decision makers are over here. That is the way our system works. And I'm sorry that you don't accept it or can't understand it. That said, what we're doing, as I've said numerous times, I haven't had the opportunity to meet with the stakeholders in this because we're in the legislature every single day. When the legislature ends, I plan to meet with the people, start our policy program. We're looking at beefing up our forestry division and how we bring people in. We have specific goals in our net zero program, and we're bringing people in to cover off those too. And we're going to come up with a plan. So I'm not going to make policy on the fly. I think that we found it yesterday when you tried to make amendments to the bill what that looks like. It's sloppy. We're going to do this right. We're going to meet with the right people, and we're going to get the right advice that we need to make good decisions so that all islanders benefit from the decisions of government, not just a handful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. So we've gone from a history lesson to a lesson on how the legislative branches work. Very interesting. Most people look at reforestation through planting as a good thing, and this department spends millions of dollars on growing and planting seedlings of a number of species every year. However, many informed stakeholders question the department's continued commitment to that practice. Last week, the Minister of Environment said that we had to, and I quote, throw away the current plans and start from scratch because of the seriousness of the situation. A question to the Minister. As part of this reset, will your department conduct a cost-benefit analysis to compare current approaches with the various policy options available, such as stricter regulations, increased public ownership, and direct incentives to woodlot owners to preserve their woodlands?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, I'll say that no decisions have been made because we haven't had the opportunity to meet with stakeholders. There's nothing that won't be on the table in this discussion. We have to look at this from a fresh lens. We have some new people that are coming on board to help us out in the short term. We have several people that are interested that are in this environment that own woodlots, that are woodlot owners that do it in a sustainable fashion. We have to kind of reach out to everybody and make the best decision for all islanders. It's unfortunate, and I know that this is a good topic, and it's great that we're talking about it. The only reason we're talking about it was because I was really forthright with my answers to the honourable member over there when we talked about the deforestation. So we don't have all the information. We don't have the true numbers because we're going through a study. We know because we're looking at the LiDAR that it looks bad, so we can take a pretty good guess, and anybody who drives around could probably have a similar opinion that we would have on the issue. But I'm not going to rush and try to make a decision in the legislature here without having met with experts in the area and have expert input into this. And those are the people that I'm going to rely on. But that said, there will be nothing that won't be on the table. I'm open to anything that could come forward that will help make this better for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Native Council of PEI yesterday issued a blistering press release in response to the recent investigation into allegations of discrimination at Bedford MacDonald House. The statement says that the findings of no evidence to show discrimination is unacceptable to NCPEI, and that the officer of Indigenous homeless clients that it serves. It states that NCPEI met with the Salvation Army and offered to fully cooperate with the investigation by connecting investigators with the Indigenous clients involved. This assistance would ensure that those Indigenous clients had a safe place and a support person present to share their experience. However, NCPEI was never contacted further by Bedford MacDonald House or the investigators. A question for the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Do you still have complete confidence in the investigation report and its findings?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, let me reiterate that I think the allegations that were made are very, very serious allegations and ones that we take very seriously. And I believe the Salvation Army takes very seriously as well. I think the process they went through to hire a third-party firm, HR Atlantic in this case, one that, has experience and professionally does these sort of investigations was acceptable. I've read the press release from NCPEI. I haven't spoken with NCPEI, but that's where we're at right now. Thank you.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
As I stated in this House last week, the report shines a spotlight on the systemic issues with this government's approach to the provision of services and support for our most vulnerable. People with a lived experience do not require investigators to corroborate their narrative. This investigation provides further evidence that shelter and housing initiatives for Indigenous clients must be Indigenous-led. This was a recommendation in the Community Needs Assessment for Homelessness provided to the Department in October 2019, and it's a recommendation from NCPEI. Question for the Minister of Social Development and Housing. NCPEI is one of the Outreach Centre Advisory Board partners and a critical community stakeholder. If you're not listening to them, who are you going to listen to?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for pointing out that NCPEI and the Mi'kmaq Confederacy, for that matter, are both members of the working group, the advisory group that manages the Outreach Centre from a board perspective. And Mr. Speaker, they are at a position where they can have direct control over what happens, and they can guide the Salvation Army and how they do the operations management. At least this is my perspective, and so I'm glad to have them there. I think they're in an influential position, and of course, as always, my doors are open to discussing these things, and I will as well. As always, we work across departments. I want to talk to the Minister responsible for Indigenous Affairs as well, and do this through the proper channels and in the proper way.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the final day of the previous session, I asked the Premier if he agreed that plebiscites are not to be taken lightly and that the referendum conducted with the last election was inconclusive. He responded that, quote, "I would agree that I think the bar that was set for the referendum was probably one that was designed to get an outcome, or at least designed to confuse. Perhaps I've been on record as saying that. I think it was a bit difficult bar to get to," end quote. Given that answer, and the fact that the Premier himself was a proponent of proportional representation, I would hope to see him pushing for democratic reform with his position of influence. A question to the Premier. Will you be working to effect democratic reform, specifically in a movement to a proportional system?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the preamble from the honourable member in the question, and I feel we have been working very, very hard to bring much-needed reform democratically to this province and this legislature, so I hope as long as I'm here I can continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, I do sit in a position of influence for sure, but the Leader of the Opposition, I disagree on much, but I do agree with him that in this legislature all seats are equal, Mr. Speaker, and my voice will be with those who want to continue to pursue changing democratically in this province, these institutions, so that it best reflects our society, Mr. Speaker. Whether or not I'm prepared to stand up right now and say we're going to have a certain process, I wouldn't be prepared to do that, but I'm open to seeing what the temperature of this legislature is, as well as what the temperature of the island is, to try our best to get it right. But I would reiterate one more time, Mr. Speaker, that never mind the outcome of the plebiscite, look around this legislature, the islanders sent here what I think is a very proportionally representative government based on the three parties that are here. So perhaps you should take our guidance from islanders on this as well, Mr. Speaker, because they did a pretty good job.
Summerside South Drive.
Absolutely, that we have a legislature here that's sort of representative of a proportional outcome, but that's coincidence, and it's an outlier. If you have a look at the histories of our elections here, they tend to sway drastically one way to another. Since the last election, much of the fear of a hung government due to more frequent minority governments has not only been put to rest, but we in this House have shown that indeed it's a better way of doing things. It will take some time for Elections PEI to be ready for a new electoral system. Soon it will be impossible to implement a new electoral system in time for the next election. A question to the Premier. Will you work collaboratively to develop legislation for the upcoming fall session that will amend the Election Act to hold the next provincial election under a proportional system so that Islanders experience the proposed system and can make a truly informed decision on any future referendum?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the lead up to the preamble of that question, it felt like the member from Summerside South Drive was giving up on the resurgence of the Green Party in this province, Mr. Speaker, but I can say that I'm not. I don't think that we're going back and forth from one colour to another if we have done that historically, Mr. Speaker. I think that's in our rearview mirror, and I think that's a really, really good thing, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I would like to be part of a process from this legislature to determine how we go about doing this, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure we need further plebiscites and et cetera to do this, and if we are to have one, Mr. Speaker, I hope we can ask a very simple question and do like we do in this legislature and have a simple majority rule, Mr. Speaker, in that decision. But I think I'm open to the discussion with members in this legislature, Mr. Speaker, absolutely, and let's see what that brings forward. But I would again say Islanders are pretty wise in their political choices, Mr. Speaker, and they made 27 really wise decisions in my mind, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Premier, I certainly have not given up on the Green Party. I'm just very pro-stronger democracy. The Premier also noted last session that, quote, I would continue to support a system of electing representatives that are reflective of the island population, and I think the more Islanders who can see themselves within the government reflected back on them is a really, really good thing and something we should all aspire to do, end quote. I completely agree. Does the Premier believe that the first-past-the-post system we are using today achieves this, other than the result that we just had last election?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, coincidence or not, Mr. Speaker, I think the last election we got a pretty good result, and I do think that I think as Islanders become more engaged, Mr. Speaker, as we dial down the rhetoric in here and make this a job that more people want to aspire to, I think we bring forward good people to represent not just colours of parties, but philosophies of how we want to live in this province. And I think that's a good thing. And I think the choice is no longer one colour or the other, Mr. Speaker. If you look around, there's diverse views and opinions, people who have come from all walks of life to this legislature, Mr. Speaker, and I think they set a good example for the next generation to come. Whether or not we need to change how we elect people, Mr. Speaker, is up for debate again. I think we want our legislature that's representative of Islanders, absolutely. I think we've done a good job last time, but I think a lot of our political growth and change, to democracy here is seen from what we do in here on a daily basis. I think in 2 years we've done amazing things. We should continue to do that and set a good example. And if we set a good example, good people will come to politics. And for once and for all, Mr. Speaker, we can say the heck with the colour of party they represent.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the future of AstraZeneca vaccine is being questioned across the country due to a risk of blood clots. And Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, I'm not asking this question to create any fear. I'm asking these questions as a matter of public concern since it's been in the media over the last couple of days, and I'm simply looking for some clarity. My question is to the Minister of Health. How many Islanders have received a single dose of AstraZeneca, and will they be receiving a second?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, and I would say thank you to the Honourable Leader of the Third Party, and I don't think this is anything but a good question and an informative question. I will get the exact number from Dr. Morrison, Mr. Speaker, but I think you're seeing Ontario is now not going to use the AstraZeneca vaccine. We have a tremendous influx of vaccine coming that is mRNA, which is Pfizer and Moderna, Mr. Speaker. Quebec, the province of Quebec, is now using the mRNA vaccine for a second dose for those who had a first dose of AstraZeneca. And while Dr. Morrison will deal with more of this tomorrow in her briefing, I think we would probably see the rest of the country move toward that as well, Mr. Speaker. So, as you know, Moderna is now being distributed in our pharmacies across Prince of Island. There are 12 pharmacies doing it right now. The uptake has been incredible, and that's a good thing. And that's where we stand as of today. But I'll get the exact number back very shortly here to the member.
Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Premier mentioned, with Ontario and Alberta and other provinces having concerns, what's the government's position on the continued use of AstraZeneca, specifically of those islanders who received it as their first dose?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll be quite honest, I don't know if the government has an opinion as much as the opinion of the CPHO and her staff would be the one that would inform us, as we have done all along. I think, as I said in my first answer, I think the supply we now have of the mRNA vaccine, which is also the more I don't want to say it's better because I don't want to diminish the others, but it's a more protective vaccine, the mRNA vaccine. So we have an abundance of that here now. Everybody who will be vaccinated by the end of June, the 80% mark, Mr. Speaker, including those 12 years old and up, will be done so with the mRNA in this province. I think that's the way we're going, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker. But as I said, I'd like to defer to Dr. Morrison in her public address tomorrow. She will deal with some of these questions, and our leadership on this file will come from the CPHO.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Premier, for that answer. And just as a follow-up, to my understanding, it had indicated in the media that the second dose was not as, I'll use the word dangerous for lack of a better word, but wouldn't create as many blood clots in your second dosage of the AstraZeneca. But that being said, will Islanders be allowed to request whatever vaccination they want going forward?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the leader for these important questions. I don't know the science, and I don't want to stand here and say I know the science on first dose AstraZeneca versus the second. We have, through the federal procurement, Mr. Speaker, now have an abundance of the mRNA here, which is a good thing here for PEI, and Islanders want to get that vaccination in their arms as fast as possible. So I think you will see us more and more with that heading forward, Mr. Speaker. In terms of some of the science is still a little bit new in terms of what Dr. Morrison would call the mix and match of vaccines, but there does seem to be increasing evidence in other jurisdictions that an mRNA vaccine as a second dose to AZ is acceptable and will give an increased level of protection, and that would be a good thing. But I will again defer to Dr. Morrison on that. She'll have more information on that in her briefing Thursday, which was postponed from Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, when government announced their plans to introduce 300 new child care spaces, many were excited about the prospect of this announcement. But as you drill down into the plan, you realize questions do remain. Throughout this session, the Liberal caucus has pressed for more answers to the many outstanding questions and still have received no clear response. Now we see government lowering the bar on this promise, saying that they may only have 241 new spaces available this fall instead of the 300 that were originally promised. Question to the Minister of Education. What changes or new information caused government to abandon the promise of 300 new spaces this fall?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I'm so pleased to see early learning and childcare being discussed in this legislature. Mr. Speaker, it is so unbelievably important to me personally. It's incredibly important to our government, Mr. Speaker, and that is precisely why we are investing we've seen a 41% increase in our early learning and childcare budget, Mr. Speaker. 41%, that's historical, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to staff who were involved in the rollout of community-based kindergarten back in 2000, and Mr. Speaker, they used a very, very similar approach, Mr. Speaker, and it took a couple of years for the sector to understand the demand of families of the island, and the sector reacted, Mr. Speaker. Is this rollout going to be absolutely perfect? No, Mr. Speaker, but if we were striving for perfection, we would never do anything, Mr. Speaker, and that is precisely why we're moving ahead with this, Mr. Speaker. And if I can say one thing to those watching at home, please, 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 if you have a child that's of the age and they're looking to pre-kindergarten for the fall, please get on the registry, please get enrolled so we can have a better understanding as government as to the numbers for September. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It still doesn't answer my question of why the change from 300 to 241. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, Kathy Flanagan authorized a report examining the feasibility of PEI's early childhood education system. One of the key concerns was the ability to retain early childhood educators. And it was determined that 191 ECEs left their position in the previous 2 years, over 30% of the ECA workforce. One of the key reasons cited for departures was a migration to educational assistant positions, which was a great asset to the school system. But those positions required the same level of training, but pay roughly 30% more, and also had access to pensions and benefits. So my question is to the Minister of Education: how will you stem the flow of ECEs leaving the profession to become EAs in the public school system?
The Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is a great question, and certainly an area that I have been delving into as a new minister, Mr. Speaker. I am very grateful for the fact that Sonia Hooper has joined us as the new Assistant Deputy Minister within the department, and she will be leading our workforce strategy initiative and building upon the great work that's already been done, Mr. Speaker. It's important for us as we move forward to work with our partners, work with the ECDA, who has been such a strong voice for the sector, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we need to look at ways to incentivize individuals to stay within the early learning and childcare sector. Mr. Speaker, we need to find ways to encourage more family-friendly policies, Mr. Speaker. We are constantly reviewing the wage grid, our salaries, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure this House that this, for me, will be an absolute commitment as we move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Ignace Palmer Road, your second supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, and your new hire is a very familiar name to me, and I do wish you much success. Early childhood educators don't have access to a pension or benefits, as I stated earlier, something that educational assistants do have access to. In a survey that was part of the 2018 report, ECE job satisfaction scored very high. However, wages and benefits were not listed as satisfactory. If government is going to create 241 new spaces, we need to ensure we have the staff to provide care for those 241 new spaces. Not only in the first year, but, Mr. Speaker, in the long term. Question to the Minister of Education. Will you follow the recommendations of the 2018 Flanagan Report by offering pension and benefit opportunities to ECE workers in order to retain them in the long-term sector?
Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. And I do want to thank Kathleen Flanagan for all the expertise that she's provided throughout the years regarding the early learning and childcare sector. It's critically important to ensure that we not only recruit individuals into the sector, but that we are able to retain them, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that I've heard that, yes, absolutely, people, they look to this as a career, but we want to make sure that we keep them in it for 20, for 30 years, Mr. Speaker. And that is precisely, again, why we have hired an individual to lead the workforce strategy. Mr. Speaker, I actually had a call with the federal minister this morning, and this is one of the items that we had discussed in length. He recognizes the importance of keeping these incredible individuals within the sector. He has prioritized this, and Mr. Speaker, together, I think with the provincial funding as well as the federal funding, we are on a path to success. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to address these questions to the Premier, and some of them may be redundant a little bit, but I think the public is interested in. There's been much talk at both the provincial and federal levels on the issues surrounding the vaccine rollout and the possibility of a vaccine passport. Frontline healthcare staff have been working extremely hard and coordinated to execute the vaccinations of PEI, and I can assure you, as getting in vaccination, I'm thankful for them. But we've been informed that though there's certain areas of the healthcare workers, such as environmental services, nutrition services, administrative employees in our healthcare system, are yet to receive their first dose because of their age. I'm just wondering, can the Premier provide a strategy or a policy from CPHO that the public could actually see and get it communicated to it, so eliminate some of these questions that maybe they're getting, I'm sure, as well as we are?
Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. It is similar to a question asked by the Leader of the Opposition in this session as well, in which I did come back and provide the vaccine rollout strategy from CPHO based on the level of access to the front line. But I will bring that again back, Mr. Speaker. But our process has been part of a national vaccination protocol that has been developed at the national level, and we have taken here. But I mean, obviously, we want everybody in PEI to get their vaccination as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. And I think when we get to that level of vaccination where we can start to move around a little bit more, Mr. Speaker, we'll all be grateful. But I will get back shortly with the particulars again, Mr. Speaker.
Cornwall Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we know, young people will step up to get their vaccinations just like they did when we asked them to step up and be tested. And I think most Islanders are willing to get vaccinated as soon as possible. But, you know, in the media, provincially, federally, the COVID tracker and other sources, the numbers seem to be skewed from one place to another. And maybe there's a reason for this, Mr. Speaker, but it's certainly causing, I think, some of the concerns among the public in regards to the vaccinations, and maybe even some of the concerns in the panic of getting a vaccination. So I'm just wondering, are we still on track, and will we be on track based with the numbers that are being presented daily? For those who were vaccinated earlier this year, when can they expect their second vaccination?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we're working on a policy there where we're at the 6 to 12 week mark, I believe, and I think that's all part of our process. We're seeing more and more procurement at the national level, which is great. Dr. Morrison has said from the beginning that we have the capacity to do about 11,000 plus vaccines a week here in PEI, and I think we're knocking on the door of 10 right now, Mr. Speaker. So we're vaccinating at an incredible amount. We've also now added to our provincial roll 12 years old and up, Mr. Speaker. And Dr. Morrison has talked about actually working with public health to go to schools and junior high to do those vaccinations in schools, Mr. Speaker. And that's what they're working toward. But our goal remains that by the end of June, that 80% of the adult population and now the 12-year-old and up population is vaccinated with at least one dose, Mr. Speaker. And as late as yesterday morning, Dr. Morrison tells me that we're on track for that, and even with a little bit of continued good luck and hard work, that we'll be even a little bit ahead of that game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cornwall Meadowbanks, your second supplementary.
It's good to hear, Premier, and I think everybody's rowing in the same direction on this. And it all comes down to communication with the public, and I think if the government of the day or CPHO, whoever it is, are working very hard, if communication people could get some of these messages out that we're hearing from you, because I think, honestly, I'll give you a quick example. Last night I had 2 young male adults, not connected in any way, call me and say, we can't get on to get a vaccination and it's our time. And by this morning, they were texting me back saying they get on. So there's those types of things, and they're lucky maybe, and maybe people can't dedicate as much time as that as possible. But, you know, is there a supply issue? Have we requested more vaccines, or are we just basically status quo and following the procurement of the national body that's distributing the vaccines?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite honest to say that initially there were some procurement issues, but and I think our Prime Minister was, in my mind at least, unfairly criticized for that, Mr. Speaker. I think they have reacted positively. I think right now our procurement is at a great level. We're very comfortable with the procurement. As soon as the vaccine is coming into this province, we're putting it into the arms of Islanders. We do have a pretty robust and efficient sign-up formula, Mr. Speaker, registration for the vaccine process, and I'm sure there's always some challenges along the way, but for the most part, it's been very, very easy to access, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard nothing largely but just praise for that, as well as the process. Now with the Moderna vaccine being in our pharmacies, our 12 pharmacies across PEI, I think that is even been speeded up considerably as well. So I do think we're on track. I don't have any issues right now with the procurement, Mr. Speaker. And I say again, the Prime Minister took some tough days, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's now time for us to say thank you for what he's done, because the procurement now across the Canada on a per capita basis is getting to exactly to the level where we need it to be.
The Honourable Member from Montague-Kilmuir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Road work is currently taking place on the Queen's Road and Princess Drive in Montague to replace storm sewer, sidewalks, and pave. And I've received quite a few phone calls, probably about 15 to 20 or so, between phone calls and emails over the last couple days from concerned parents and dropping off their students at the Montague Consolidated School, which is located right in that area, and students also walking to school. Question to the Minister of Transportation. Did your department consider the safety of students before they started this road work?
Transportation infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every construction project that's undertaken by the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, safety is paramount, first and foremost. We have an incredible staff on hand that does this work, that studies it as well. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that our staff has also been in constant consultation and communication with officials from the school in the area, as well as the public schools branch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monaco Kilmuir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For students who walk to school from the north side of the town, there is no way to walk to the school without walking through the construction zone to get to the school. If you're on the south side of the town, you can get there easily, but if you're coming from the north side, you have to walk through this construction site. And currently, all the sidewalks are ripped up. It's Princess Drive is down to one lane, which the school is situated on. Question to the Minister. How can we expect students to safely walk to school with no sidewalks and through a construction zone?
Transportation infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on any construction project, there's always going to be some type of delays. But as I said before previously, Mr. Speaker, safety of our students, safety of the public is always forefront in any construction work that we do. Mr. Speaker, we ensure that we have traffic control personnel in place. We send out traffic advisories, Mr. Speaker, and again, we communicate closely with the officials at the school and the public schools branch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monaco Kilmuir, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the parents and the residents of the area are quite happy this work's finally getting done. I think perhaps they were wondering why this couldn't have been done during the summer months when school was out. Because right now there's no sidewalk. The students can't walk to school because there's no sidewalks to get there, and you have to walk through a live construction site. I guess my final question to the Minister would be, can you go back to the department? The construction's already started, the sidewalk's gone, so we can't, there's not much we can do now, but if there's any way at all to improve the traffic flow and the pedestrian flow through that construction site. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, there was an accident with one of the dump trucks in the construction site. My phone won't stop ringing on it, so if there's anything that we can do, can we look at it to improve the safety?
Infrastructure. Transportation infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the work that's being currently done on Princess Drive is to replace the storm and sewer infrastructure underground, as well, Mr. Speaker, for resurfacing of a road that desperately needs to be done. As we all know here in PEI, we have a very, very short construction season. And, I'm not embarrassed to say that this government has, once again this year, looked at record spending within construction projects on our roads and our bridges here in PEI, and that's something that we're very proud of, and we thank our federal partners as well for their great cooperation on the many projects that we've put forward. Mr. Speaker, again, the safety of our pedestrians, our students, the traveling public are foremost in our mind, and we do have measures in place to ensure that the traveling public is safe, but we do ask the traveling public to please obey signals, the traffic control individuals, and reduce speed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 2 surgeons having resigned and a third on administrative leave at the Prince County Hospital, it is no surprise that there are days where surgical services are being left completely uncovered. I'm also hearing that we can expect that this will continue throughout this month and through the month of June as well. Residents of Prince County are worried, Mr. Speaker, not only about these short-term extreme impacts while we wait for new surgeons to be in place, but that surgical services may never be fully restored at Prince County Hospital. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Can you reassure this House that all surgical services at Prince County Hospital will be restored in full, and when we can expect to see this happen?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for the question. One thing that I would provide clarity on, though, Mr. Speaker, is with regard certainly to the information that I have been provided with, is that the diversion of surgeries is only relates to unscheduled overnight surgeries, not regularly scheduled surgeries, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the member's exact question, my answer to that is yes.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. These are kind of follow-up questions to the member from Tignish Palmer Road. This government committed to and then announced 300 childcare spaces. Opposition was critical of this announcement, wondering how it would ever be pulled off given various barriers the sector has already been experiencing. This morning I read a CBC article that said government is now only offering 241 spaces, not 300. They are also encouraging parents to sign their children up for a pre-K space despite a lack of any evidence to families that the serious barriers identified during consultation have been addressed. Question to the Premier. What happened to the answer was not clear from Minister of Education. What happened to the 300 spaces that were promised? And have you addressed the effect this will have on infant after-school spaces, the challenges with staffing, the equity issues of this program, or are you just ramming this through to check off a box?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we were ramming this through to check off a box, we would have did it last year, Mr. Speaker, but we've taken the time to do it right, Mr. Speaker, because that's what's important. We've committed to 300 spaces, Mr. Speaker, and we will go for above and beyond that, Mr. Speaker, as needed. What we have started with is 241, Mr. Speaker, which in a short time, let me give credit to the Minister of Education, Mr. Speaker, is a remarkable number, Mr. Speaker, in a very short time. So we have not given up on our pledge for 300, Mr. Speaker, and we're not going to stop at 300, Mr. Speaker. 241 is a heck of a good start.
Summerside, South Drive, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I asked the Minister of Communities to commit to helping Summerside get Maritime Electric to the table to get all Summerside's residents on Summerside Electric system, he said he wanted them to take the initiative. However, the City Council told him in person at a meeting we both attended in January, and the City has also sent a letter to him since. He said he hadn't seen the letter. I tabled it here for the Minister's reference, but it is also in his inbox. A question to the Minister. You have had plenty of time to follow up on this long overdue issue that Summerside has been asking for your help to resolve. When are you going to take the initiative and follow through on your expressed commitments in this House as the Minister responsible for communities?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for his question. The information provided to me by the municipality of Summerside was passed on to the appropriate department for action. Thank you.
End of question period. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and discuss and talk about harness racing. We have a very vibrant harness racing industry here in Prince Edward Island. I'm very pleased to say that the harness racing season began this past Saturday, May 8th at Red Shores in Charlottetown, and will begin on May 24th in Summerside. On Saturday, Mr. Speaker, the track was sloppy, but spirits were high. They managed to complete the 12-dash card. It wasn't a great evening. The feature race went in 2:03 and 1, so fairly slow track. But I do want to wish all horse owners, breeders, trainers, drivers, grooms, and officials good luck in the coming year and season. This year also marks the 135th anniversary of Summerside Raceway. It was opened in 1886, and special events are planned throughout the year to recognize this remarkable milestone. There will be 104 race dates this year on Prince Edward Island, which will be available for Islanders to watch through the Red Shores Race Day broadcast. Mr. Speaker, the raceways are able to operate this year because of the expert guidance from our Chief Public Health Office and because Islanders are committed to following the public health measures to keep our province safe from COVID-19. As most of you know, the industry has been suffering through a pandemic of its own with an outbreak of Strangles disease in racehorses at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And I'll just add that there was a new case this week, but the animal has been removed from the premises, and they are adhering to all of the recommendations and protocols that were put in place previously. And I'm pleased to report that due to this quick action by the Harness Racing Association and support of this government, we've been able to bring that under control, and so that horses are healthy and tracks can open and operate safely. I'd like to thank all the horse people and the team at Red Shores for quickly implementing the biosecurity measures and for the collaboration of everyone involved to get the outbreak under control. The harness racing industry creates over 750 jobs in the province and boosts our economy by impacting our GDP by over $30 million. When we support the harness racing sector, we help preserve agricultural land, improve rural Prince Edward Island, and help to maintain a proud horse racing heritage and tradition in this province. Prince Edward Island has a solid reputation and a long history of innovation, achievement, and success in harness racing. And I thank all those involved for helping to create and maintain this success story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mermaid Stratford, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise to speak to this statement. As the Minister from Finance mentioned, the racing season is upon us. It started last week in Charlottetown and on May 24th in Summerside. For many islanders and visitors, and as well as, as the Minister of Finance has just stated, some members of this Legislative Assembly have direct involvement in the industry. The harness racing here in PEI is a beloved pastime. The industry has a long history here in this province, tracing its roots back to the 1880s, when the vast majority of islanders lived on a farm. And horses were an essential part of island life and of the island economy. And much like people nowadays with race cars, people back then liked to race their horses. It was a great pastime. The harness racing industry is therefore a reminder of our rural and agricultural history. While horses in general are no longer a major part in our economy, the harness racing industry continues to contribute to the island economy. For many islanders, harness racing is also a job or business. The industry also creates significant economic spin-offs. It draws visitors from outside the province, both as part of our broader tourism product and people coming to participate directly in racing. And these visitors spend money out in the island and in our island businesses while they're here. But the racing industry is not the only reason why people keep and raise horses for recreational riding and other pastimes. And in recent years, we've seen the rise in equine-assisted therapy here on the island, helping many people improve their mental health. While this might not be such an obvious financial investment like a racehorse might be, it's a great example of how horses as a whole continue to contribute to the health and well-being of islanders. Mr. Speaker, you can see why, with the recent outbreak of strangles, I was puzzled to see the support of the industry come from the Department of Finance. You would think that the Department of Agriculture and Land owned the responsibility for the well-being of animals and livestock, and that it would be coming from the department of this department and the minister, as that's where the provincial veterinarian reports to the Minister of Agriculture, not the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize the wellness of all animals. It's critically important to our agricultural industry because the wellness of animals as a whole is incredibly important. Mr. Speaker, I hope in the future government will continue to support the well-being of all animals, and I appreciate the Minister bringing this statement in the House today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall, Meadowbanks, third-party House Leader.
I'm not sure what to say, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that I hope the opposition continue to support the harness racing industry, because it wasn't a short time ago that they were actually criticizing the government of the day for providing monies to help resolve a major health issue among the equine family. And Mr. Speaker, it bothers me a little bit to be listening to that, and that 2 weeks ago, the industry being criticized, or the government being criticized for helping an industry. I can tell you, if there was a structural piece of damage at the Confederation Center, and they provided $80,000, we wouldn't hear a word. If there was a water and sewer problem in Victoria by the Sea, and they provided $80,000 grant, we wouldn't hear a word. For some reason, the harness racing industry was passive. Let's chase a headline. Let's chase a headline. Well, you know what? They were down and they were out because they didn't even think they were going to have a harness racing industry this summer. And what does the opposition do? They get up and they say, what do you give them money there for? And then they started comparing it to mental health. They didn't think of the harness racing mental health, what was being caused among drivers who have vested thousands and owners, thousands and grooms who are out of work because of this industry. We have an industry here that is the heritage and history of Prince Edward Island. It's our fabric. It's more than a racing industry. It's part of our tourism. It's part of our culture. So when the minister says there's so many people working in that industry is concluded with 7,500 people working in the tourism industry. We draw people here. It's a significant part of Prince Edward Island, and it's all over the island. Last week I spent time with the honourable member's Minister of Economic Development and Tourism's uncle, a lobster fisherman. We were talking fisheries. What did we get onto? Harness racing industry. Why? Because his uncle does that as well. It's all over PEI everywhere you go. And it is mind-boggling how one week we criticize and the next week we get up and we promote and say it's wonderful. We're doing the same thing with farmers. I've seen it in this house. I've talked about it in this house. I've sat on that side of the house, and we had questions on farming as far as don't increase the exports, don't believe in a provincial or federal strategy. Last week, what do we hear? We need to see new markets in farming. People, islanders, are not stupid. They get it. They're starting to understand where the values are in this Legislative Assembly, Mr. Speaker, and I hope they continue to understand. Thank you.
End of statements by ministers. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I present here with a message from Her Honour, the Honourable Antoinette Perry, the Lieutenant Governor of Prince Edward Island, which said message is signed by Her Honour.
Honourable members, I'll ask the clerk to read the message. Can you please stand?
Dear Mr. Speaker, Her Honour, the Honourable Antoinette Perry, Lieutenant Governor of the Province of Prince Edward Island, hereby transmits the supplementary estimates of expenditure of the Province of Prince Edward Island in support of the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2021 that were required to carry out the public services of the province for the fiscal years ending March 31st, 2020 and March 31st, 2021, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution Act 1867 and the Prince Edward Island Terms of Union 1873 and the Financial Administration Act. Her Honour recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, by command of Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor, I present herewith the supplementary estimates of expenditure for the Province of Prince Edward Island in support of the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2021, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that same be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Yeah, right here. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that consideration of the supplementary estimates in Committee of the Whole House be added to the orders of the day until such time as they are dispatched.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Health PEI Employee Exit Survey, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Charlottetown Belvedere.
Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg to table the press release from the Native Council of Prince Edward Island referring to their findings regarding the investigative report at Bedford McDonald House. And I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, that the said document be now received. Thank you.
Carry. Shall it carry? Lost. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg to table a letter I received from the Charlottetown Police Association, Kensington Police, CUPE, PI Police Association, Summerside Police, CUPE, and UPI Security, CUPE, for a letter response to official opposition bill to amend the Police Act. And I move, second by the Minister of Finance, that this said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Surely carried. I miss anyone? Reports by committees. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 110.9 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the first, second, and third reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, which were tabled in this House on November 21st, 2019, June 16th, 2020, and December 3rd, 2020. And I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the response be received and do now lie on the table.
Shall carry. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 110(9) of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the fourth reports of the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development, which was tabled in this House on December 1st, 2020, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the response be received and do lie on the table.
Shall carry. The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 110 sub 9 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the final report of the Special Committee on Poverty, which was tabled in this House on November 27th, 2020, and I moved, seconded by the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action, that the response be received and do lie on the table.
Shall carry. The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 110 sub 9 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the second report of the Standing Committee on Education and Economic Growth, which was tabled in the House on November 24th, 2020, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that the response be received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 110 sub 9 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the final report of the Special Committee on Government Record Retention, which was tabled in this House on November 26, 2020, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that the response be received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 110.9 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the final report on the Special Committee on Climate Change, which was tabled in this House on December 2nd, 2020, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the response be received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 110.9 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I beg leave to present government's response to the second report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, which was tabled in this House on November 20th, 2020, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the response be received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Summerside Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Special Committee on Climate Change, I beg leave to introduce the report of said committee, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Summerside South Drive, that the same be now received and do lie on the table. I wish to advise the House that it is my intention to move the motion to adopt the report tomorrow.
Shall it carry? Any more reports by committees? I didn't miss anyone. That was busy today. Introduction of government bills. Motions other than government.
Speaker.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled Appropriation Act Current Expenditures 2021, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the said be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 20, Appropriation Act Current Expenditures 2021, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's just the Appropriations Act of the current expenditures for the up-and-coming operating budget.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled Supplementary Appropriation Act 2021, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the said be now received and read it first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 21, Supplementary Appropriation Act 2021, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The act is just regarding the capital and supplementary appropriations that were expended in 2021.
Okay, motions other than government, orders of the day. Other than government. The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford, the Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, that the 29th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Order 29, an act to amend the Police Act, Bill number 114, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford and the Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, that this said bill be now read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Bill number 114, an act to amend the Police Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford, the Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, that this House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Whose chair? Was it him? Member from Tignish Palmer Road to chair the Committee of the Whole, please.
Now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the bill to be intituled an act to amend the Police Act. The request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted?
Granted.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Sure. I'm Nathan Hood, the Senior Policy Advisor to the Official Opposition.
Good afternoon and welcome, Nathan. Promoter, do you want to have, just give a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is a straightforward bill which proposes to amend the Police Act to expand the time limit to make a police conduct complaint from 6 months to 12 months. It also creates a discretionary power to allow for complaints to be heard outside of that time window if there are good reasons to do so and it is not contrary to the public interest. I'd like to just provide some background for how this legislation came about in the broader Canadian legislative context regarding police complaint timelines. We started looking into this legislation after I received a message from a concerned Islander. This Islander had experienced a mental health crisis and was concerned by the treatment they had received by police. However, by the time this person was in a place where they were ready and able to file a complaint, they were not able to because it had fallen outside of the 6-month time limit period in the Police Act. So that was when I started looking into this a bit further. In researching changes to the Police Act, we learned that Nova Scotia had recently made changes to their policing regulations to make the police complaints process more accessible. In particular, this included extending the time limit for complaints from 6 months to 12 months and granting a discretionary power to hear complaints relating to conduct outside of that time period. A few high-profile incidents in Nova Scotia emphasize the need for these changes, including a number of human rights inquiries relating to racial discrimination, and the case of Carrie Lowe, a sexual assault survivor who had to go to court to challenge the 6-month police complaint limitation period. As I mentioned in my member statement a few weeks ago, public confidence is essential to the proper functioning of the police, and the complaints process is an important tool in ensuring and promoting police confidence in the police. Public confidence in the police. It provides a formal mechanism where members of the public can raise concerns about policing and have them heard. It also offers police an opportunity to express their side, and where legitimate issues may be identified, it offers a pathway to address them. Restrictive complaints do nothing to help either side. The provinces of Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia provide a 12-month window for police complaints to be filed. Similarly, the RCMP complaints process, which is federally regulated, provides 12 months to file a complaint. The amendments I have put forward in this bill will align us with best practices across the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read section by section and open it up as a whole for general questions? Okay. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that preamble, and I don't think anyone in here is opposed to oversight from the police, and I don't believe that the police are opposed to oversight of their day-to-day work. I just want to recognize the hard work that our law enforcement do across this island, and we do need to show support to them because they are, they are our protectors, of course, on this island, but definitely not opposed to oversight. I am opposed to the process to which this was maybe brought forward, and with considering we're in the midst of a police review. And that being said, I will support this, but I think that this was a huge opportunity I was hoping to have the chance to sit down with the police and sit down with our BIPOC community, sit down with our MCPEI, where we could collaboratively come together with this same amendment, just with collaboration from all islanders. I believe that collaboration is a big part of how this Legislative Assembly has worked the time that I've sat here, and accessing all islanders' opinion, and particularly the stakeholders. I mean, the police, whether you support the police or don't support the police, they are a major stakeholder in this amendment. But saying that, I do believe that all islanders should have the same access, no matter if you live in rural PEIs as you do municipalities. So that being said, I just want to say that there was a huge opportunity to bring these communities together, to work with a community well-being based, where we could have brought this amendment, and I assume it would have came in the midpoint review of our police review, but that being said, I will support this, but I just wanted to point out some of the rushed aspects of this, and I think we could have done a little better job of consulting all parties involved. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Minister, for your comments of whether, in terms of supporting the police, I absolutely do support the police. And I think one of the most important things about a fair and open complaints process is that it also provides police with an opportunity to share their side of the story and to clear their name, which is very important as well. We had, we reached out to many different organizations with this bill and with this legislation. And I just wanted to say that Holland College, the Police Academy, are very much in support of this change because it does align us more closely with other jurisdictions in terms of access to a fair and open complaints process. So.
Thank you. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. How many cases in PEI, do you have any stats about how this has been used under the 6-month legislation over the last 5 years?
Yeah, so that's a really great question. So there's a few challenges here. So knowing that there is a 6-month time limit, for someone to file a complaint, many times when someone finds out that that is the case, as the person who had contacted me had experienced, they don't file at all. So we never really know, what happens in those situations. We do know that last year alone, there were at least 2 complaints that were filed that were not investigated at all because of the 6-month time limit. So, we've seen in other jurisdictions, there's been evidence to show that it can be a deterrent for people to file complaints, even if they want to or if they feel that there's a just reason to do so. It's really hard for us to get clear data on what those impacts have been here in PEI.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So 2 complaints last year. Can you walk me through, once somebody files the complaint, so they have to be within the 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
What's the process after that? How they file the complaint, and then what happens after that?
Maybe Nate, did you want to take that?
So the process for filing a complaint is provided in the Police Act. So the person provides the complaint, and it depends because there's 2 processes. So one deals with police officers of a police department or instructing officers of the police academy. And then there's another process that deals with, I believe it's the chief officer, the director of the police academy, conservation officers, and security officers, which would be the officers at, say, UPEI. But the processes are generally the same. The person would come forward with a complaint. The person who receives the complaint would look at the complaint to see whether it was filed within the period permitted under the Act. Basically whether there's merit to the complaint, make sure that it's not frivolous. So they will give notice to the person filing the complaint that we will be proceeding or we will not be proceeding for these reasons. And so depending on how that process goes, there may be an investigation. If it's found that there was police misconduct, disciplinary measures can be applied. And if not, then they could also, just say we didn't find a basis for an allegation of misconduct. That decision is reviewable, and that can be appealed to the Office of the Police Commissioner, at which point they can review that decision. And there's a bunch of different options, I guess, for the Police Commissioner after that hearing takes place. They can uphold the decision, they can dismiss it for various reasons.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
But this will affect all of those. Remember, there's 2 streams. This will affect both streams, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
What is the national jurisdiction or the RCMP? This will not affect the RCMP. They have their own set of regulations, correct?
That's right. So the RCMP falls under the RCMP Act, which is established by the federal parliament, and we have no ability to modify that process. But under that act, people who file a complaint do have 12 months to file it from the date of the conduct, and the commissioner or the commission can extend the time limit if there are good reasons to do so and it's not contrary to the public interest.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So then my next question would be from a rural versus urban perspective. Are we dealing with the two municipalities basically in Prince Edward Island?
So there's 3 municipal police forces. I believe that it would be Charlottetown, Summerside, and Kensington. And so yes, under the Police Act, their complaints process is established. And yes, currently there's only 6 months to file a complaint, but there's no discretionary power to hear complaints outside of those reasons, or outside of that time period if there are good reasons to do so.
Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And those 3 forces, they do a great job. What is each one of those separate organizations saying about this piece?
So we did reach out to all of those organizations, and there was a collective response that they did want to have further discussion, but they did not indicate sort of what that discussion, what some of the concerns were. So when we reached out to other organizations, as I mentioned, to Holland College, to the Police Academy, so they were in support, and actually they gave us some feedback to look at some of the language in the Act, which we did consult with legal counsel around the language around good reasons for doing so, and we did end up leaving that language in the Act, but we certainly did consult around that. But they have, I can read a bit about what their response was here, if that's okay, if you would like
Sure,
to.
yeah.
Sure. So as police services worldwide struggle to rebuild the public's trust, these changes, in my view, will only demonstrate our willingness to be fair, open, and transparent. No one benefits when a complaint is dismissed because someone has missed a timeline. It leads to a frustrated citizen, and in some cases, the member is aware that a complaint was disallowed due to the time limitations, and they are subsequently left carrying the stigma of a complaint, which in some cases was not founded or valid in the first instance. So there was a lot of support there. We also heard from BIPOC Usher, and we had a great meeting with Tamara Steele at the Black Cultural Society, Status of Women, all have reached out in support of these amendments.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's great, and I've chatted with some of those organizations as well. And is it correct that there's only been two of these filings since the inception?
Sorry, police complaints?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's only been.
No, there's been more police complaints. I believe there's 13 listed on the police commissioner's website, and those are only the ones that are directed to the office of the police commissioner initially. Under the Act, you can make a complaint to the chief officer, for example, if the conduct relates to a police officer.
Yeah.
I don't believe that information is shared as far as how many complaints. They are required to notify the police commissioner. I just don't know if it's publicly available how many complaints each department receives. But I was a part of a national conference actually the last 2 days, CACOL, which is the Canadian Association for Civilian Oversight and Law Enforcement, and certainly the issue of transparency around police complaints and information around that is an issue, I think, more broadly across the country, and certainly something that people are talking about and looking to address.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Just my concern. I love the idea about giving more people time. Do we have to, with the low numbers, I guess, in Prince Edward Island, there might be an education component. Like you said, this is going to benefit both the police and the people that are bringing it forward. And without specifically hearing back from them, I just worry that they can't be part of the solution so much. What would you say to that?
Well, I think, that an education component is a fantastic idea, and making sure that people are aware of their rights and what the complaint process is. As we mentioned, that it's really hard to know how many people have not filed a complaint that they felt they wanted to or that they needed to because of this 6-month timeline, right? At this point, it's something that has also been discussed here in Prince Edward Island before as well. We have, former police commissioners. In 2018, the former police commissioner had stated that the timeline, 6 months timeline, is a problem. That was the article that I had tabled. We did reach out to the current office of the police commissioner, and we were told that because it's not an independent body, they weren't able to make a statement on this. Which is probably an interesting thing to look at in and of itself. But there is really, this conversation has been going on here in Prince Edward Island for quite a while. It was part of the previous police review in 2017. I believe that's when that was a recommendation then as well. And when we are looking at, what's happening across the country and even, in our neighboring province of Nova Scotia, I think we have to take into consideration that the longer we kick this down the road, we continue to risk people not being able to have access to a fair and open complaint process, and that's a problem.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So did the union respond, or did we give them enough time to participate with their feedback?
I did reach out to the union, and the response was that they would like to discuss this further. However, based on the precedent across the country, as well as the response from, organizations like BIPOC Usher, the Black Cultural Society, Status of Women, and Holland College, there is considerable support for this, and really it's a small change that will increase access to a process that should be fair and open and transparent and accessible, for everybody. So it's something that we really do need to I believe we need to correct immediately. And I really am very interested to see what the ongoing results of the police review will be. And there are other issues that we identified in our research with the Police Act. However, recognizing that some of those things are more complex and we need to do more consultation, this was not one of those things. This is quite clear.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I mean, when I first saw everything, it looks. You immediately said, yes, this looks fantastic, and everything is great. I want to move that from 6 to 12, but I also want to build an inclusive society where we have that input from the people that are serving our community, and that was kind of just to speak honestly, that was the position that I've been working on last week. And I mean, I've talked to all those organizations. I understand. I felt the same way reading that. So that's why I'm just asking a few more questions, because I want to use the opportunity to build inclusion. And I think we have to hear from all parties. I think it's good, and I think it's a good step. I just have a little bit of uneasiness about supporting, which I will, supporting this without hearing from the people that are serving our communities and going through things from a different perspective or a different angle. And they're out there every day, trying their best and doing their best. And I see them and I talk to them, and I've spoken to them about inclusion. I've spoken to them about diversity, and I just want to make sure that they understand that we stand with them. This is about helping and trying to get more people, if they feel that they haven't been served properly by a system, that they can come forward, and it's an open and honest and communicative process with all involved. So that's kind of, I just wanted to maybe add that as a statement and cede the floor. So thank you.
Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for bringing the bill forward. Thank you for the time that you and I spoke yesterday out in the hallway about this. I can say I have a unique perspective to this. I started policing back in 1984, a long time ago. It seems how it goes by, but I've roughly policed over 25 years, and in 3 different provinces, from New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and then PEI. And one thing I can say is that an old guy told me a long, long time ago, I remember back in the 80s, an old policeman told me, he said, treat everybody fair. Doesn't matter how they treat you today or tomorrow, treat them the same way when you meet them next time. That's something that I tried to follow as I went forward. And one thing I always kept in my back of my mind was that we all breathe the same. Doesn't matter where we come from or what nationality we are or what our background is or how we're brought up or our diversity, that we all breathe the same. And that we should always remember that when we deal with people on the public. And that's something that I very much strive for. And that's one reason why I enjoy my job so much, because it gets me out around the community talking to people. And I think that I have to say, you know, in working with people from Toronto Metro, and I've worked with some people from the FBI and from Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia, and across the whole Atlantic region, I'm very proud of the people I dealt with, the police officers, and the professionalism that they showed whenever I dealt with them. And some of the members that I've actually worked with are security in this legislative assembly. And they're just fabulous people that want to do the best they can for island residents and residents as a whole, and I truly believe that. One thing I've always been a strong proponent for was community-based policing. You know, getting the police officer, and I can remember back to a picture of, you seen the little corner shop, and there was a police officer sitting there on the stool, and there was a little child sitting beside him. And I think that's something that I encourage is for police officers to get out there and know their community and know the residents and know who the shop owners are and how that community works. And I think that it's very important that we educate our police officers and we educate our public on that whole system of how we all can work together. And the honourable member of Charlottetown, you and I have talked about it before and stuff like that, and it's something I cannot support enough. But going back to the professionalism, like, I think we're very fortunate of the police officers that we have, whether it be in the RCMP or our municipal services in Kensington, Summerside, and Charlottetown, the professionalism they show and what I've seen over the number of years. I will be supporting Bill, and I think it does show a signal to the public that, you know, we need to make sure that we have the measures in place to look at any complaint that might be put forth by the public and be able to review it and learn from our mistakes and move forward. Thank you very much.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just had a couple of questions. The first one is, so had you consulted with the municipal police forces like Kensington, Charlottetown, Summerside, and UPEI and those organizations?
So yes. So as we mentioned, we reached out to them, and they did want to discuss this further if possible. They were the only ones that had come with that sort of feedback. I had read something from Holland College, so from the police academy. So they're very much in support of these amendments.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, to my understanding, when something's tabled on the floor of the legislature, it can be read and made public.
I guess, yeah, it's public, it's made public, so you can do what you want with it.
So who would read that, Chair, you or me? Like,
it's not up to me, it would be up to you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Agriculture tabled something from these five organizations which say that they were not consulted and they're opposing this bill.
Are you going to read it, or did you want to read it out, or just paraphrase? And
I'm sorry, the honourable member, the leader of the third party has the floor.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is it my duty to read this out? I can read it out if you want me to read it out.
Honourable member, if you can do what you wish, you have the floor.
Well, I would wish that maybe the clerk or you read it out. It was tabled in the legislature. It wasn't tabled by me.
Okay.
That's not going to happen?
No.
Okay, I'll read it. Thank you, Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Islanders Policing Islanders, Charlottetown Police Association, Kensington Police, PEI Police Association, Summerside Police, UPEI Student Police. This is to the Honourable Minister Thompson, and I'll read the most important paragraph. Opposition bill to amend the Police Act. On behalf of the police officers of the City of Charlottetown, City of Summerside, City of Kensington, or Town of Kensington, and the security police at UPEI, we write to you today to express concern and opposition to an act to amend the Police Act that we recently became aware of was being proposed by the Green Party of Prince Edward Island. We want to assure you that we were not consulted by the opposition party regarding these proposed changes, even though our members will be directly impacted. We have enjoyed open dialogue with your department, and it goes on to say that. So, I mean, before the member that answers this, I just like to say, like the Minister of Land and Fisheries said, I worked in corrections for about 12 years. I got to see what police do. You know, police, they have a very special role in our society. They are human beings. They have compassion. They work hard. And I just feel that in light of this that was tabled, I just thought I would mention that they feel they weren't consulted. So you're telling us you feel they were?
So I have so I do have a different letter here. So we did send out the bill to them, as well as a great list of organizations and Holland College, the police academy. So as I mentioned, and I've said this right from the start, that the police chiefs did write a letter saying that they are certainly in favor of having discussions on the proposed changes. However, given the short timeline, we will be unable to meet in relation to this issue, and that they would be in favor of further discussion. That's true. So when we looked at what is happening across the country in terms of the standard in other jurisdictions, as well as the fact that the RCMP have 12 months. With the RCMP process, there's a 12 months to file a complaint with capacity to extend that if there's good reason. We look forward, honestly, to further discussion around many aspects of the Police Act. There are a lot of pieces of it that really do require quite in-depth discussion, and I think that is something that I'm hopeful that the police review process will continue to engage in that, as our office will as well directly, because there is a lot still more to do. This bill and these amendments will align us more closely with the best practices in terms of access to a fair and open complaints process. And in speaking with groups such as BIPOC Usher and the Black Cultural Society and the Status of Women and the Police Academy at Holland College, there is a real issue in terms of access to fair and equitable access to a complaints process for those who do feel they need to file a complaint, and also, for police officers who, if a complaint is unable to be fairly investigated in that 6-month period, or because it's beyond that period, then they're not able to clear their names either, and that's also not okay. So with all of that in mind, we've been talking about this change in PEI for a very long time. Previous police commissioners have stated that the 12 or 6-month limit is an issue that we need to address. And that's why we've brought this particular piece, this small change forward, to ensure that access will be available to anyone who does want to file, who needs to file a police complaint, and no one would be blocked moving forward.
Leader for third party.
That's it for now. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Any further questions? Shall the bill carry? Carry.
I move the title.
An act to amend the Police Act.
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House having under consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the Police Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, the opposition, House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I call motion 43 be now read.
Shall carry?
Carried.
The member for Summerside Wilmot moves, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, the following motion. Whereas water is a critical resource for island residents, farmers, and ecosystems. And whereas the Water Act and its regulations will provide a framework for the responsible management of water resources. And whereas agricultural sector organizations have called for the development of a sustainable irrigation strategy to guide the responsible and fair use of water for agricultural purposes. And whereas the development of a sustainable irrigation strategy should be done with due regard for the public interest and the needs of various stakeholders. And whereas government has indicated it intends to develop an irrigation strategy. And whereas the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability has done significant work on the issues surrounding the regulation of water use. Therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly supports, in principle, the development of a sustainable irrigation strategy. Therefore be it further resolved that the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability study and make recommendations regarding the development of a sustainable irrigation strategy. And therefore be it further resolved that in its deliberations, the committee consult with the public, government, and any other organizations the committee considers appropriate.
The honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot, to start debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it's time for us to take the next step on the path to developing a sustainable irrigation strategy for PEI. All parties in this House have agreed this is necessary work, and I believe the next step is for us to collectively put together a framework on what this strategy should look like. Referring this topic to committee has a lot of advantages. With our new committee structure, the reports that come back to the House represent all party support and can go a long way towards depoliticizing important issues. No party has the ability to force through recommendations on their own, so we tend to have better outcomes. We have example after example of the really strong work that has come back from those committees. A direct result of that equal representation is that on the whole, the public tends to have more confidence in the work that comes back from our committees. Gaining confidence in decisions made around water should be paramount for all of us. There are few topics that so many people feel as passionately about as water use on PEI. Living on an island makes us acutely aware of our natural limits, and having the confidence of the public on how this particular public good is managed is critical. The Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Committee has already heard from multiple groups on water use and is particularly well suited to build off that pre-existing body of work to further engage experts, stakeholders, and the public generally, and provide advice to government on what a sustainable irrigation strategy should include. If this motion passes, the conversation surrounding the development of a sustainable irrigation strategy will happen in public, on the record, and with islanders' full participation, which I hope everyone in this House recognizes is essential. Knowing we have the support of the House and of government to undertake this work is important before we again ask islanders and stakeholders to participate in a process like this. People want to know that their input will be valued by government. I intend to be brief, as I believe the value of a sustainable irrigation strategy is already well agreed upon by this House, and I'll ask members to give the Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Committee a clear mandate to undertake this work with the confidence that this work will be valued and given due consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll call on the seconder of the motion, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise. I want to thank the member from Summerside Wilmot for bringing forward this motion, and I too will be brief. That we need to protect and preserve our water resources, one of the issues on which there is complete consensus both within this House and also among the general public. Water is one of those fundamental things on which the natural world, our health, our communities, and our economy utterly depend. So developing measures to ensure that water is carefully protected is critical. and has been discussed so often in this House, our caucus believes that we must approach water use and conservation on a watershed-by-watershed basis. We cannot think of our groundwater resource as just one big pool. It's a series of smaller connected pools, each with its unique characteristics, its unique capacities, and its unique vulnerabilities. And a sustainable irrigation strategy has to recognize this presence of unique local differences and therefore unique local regulation and protection. Committees are, as my honourable friend just stated, that's where we can do the deep dives into complex topics, and this motion calls for the Committee on Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability to do just that. So I look forward to hearing others speak on this motion and ultimately for that committee work to start as soon as possible so that Islanders can be assured that our water resources will be abundant and healthy and present and available for generations to come. Thank you, Speaker.
Is there anyone else to speak to the motion? The honourable member from Montague Kilmuir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for bringing this motion forward. I just want to speak briefly to this motion. I know I chair the committee that this work would be done at, and our committee did a lot of good work on the Water Act and receiving feedback from the public, and we had scientists in, we had the Department of Environment, a number of experts in, and just from the general public as well to receive feedback on the Water Act regulations. And we provided, recommendations back to the legislature and in turn the department on this. So I think we're certainly in support of this motion. The committee will obviously hear from those, I guess, most likely those same individuals, the experts and the public on feedback they would have into a irrigation strategy. And we can provide those recommendations back to the legislature. And obviously the department and the departments would look at those recommendations and take what they, and perhaps incorporate some or whatever they would choose to do so. But I think that the committee could do good work to look at this and provide feedback. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? No? I'll go back to the mover of the motion, the honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate on that was surprisingly short, and I find myself uncertain where we stand on this, so I look forward to the vote. But I would certainly ask members to consider supporting this motion. I think that the Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Committee certainly has the ability to do good work on this. And with that, I will call the question.
Honourable members, the question has been called. All those in favour of the motion say yay. Yay. Against, say nay. Honourable member, your motion passed unanimously. The honourable member for Mermaid Stratford, the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cede the remaining part of our time. Ceded to third party.
Third. The honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks and the third party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll recede our time as well, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from yes, honourable member.
I have clarification on, we will recede our time, but if we could go right into our bill prior to, is that okay?
Okay.
And then recede our time after that? On their time? Does that make sense? Okay.
Seems like there's a lot of time here, but let's try it. The honourable member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Leader of the third party, that the 22nd order of the day be now read.
Shall carry.
Order 22, Broadband is an Essential Services Act, Bill number 105, in committee.
The honourable member from Tignish, Palmer Road.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Leader of the third party, that the said bill be now read a second time.
Shall carry. The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that this House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere to chair the committee of the whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be entitled Broadband is an Essential Service Act. The House, we were in debate with the second amendment that had been presented by the Leader of the Official Opposition. So perhaps we resume at that point. Leader of the third party, are you asking to speak or no? Okay. Do I have any other members on the floor who wish to speak to the amendment that is currently on the floor? And a reminder that amendment is regarding the amendment to change the, come back to the amendment so we can remember the high-speed internet targets as set by CRTC.
Basically.
Yep. If there's no further debate on that amendment as presented, then we'll have a vote on that amendment. All those in favour of the amendment as presented, please indicate your support by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against the amendment as presented, please indicate by stating nay.
Nay.
Okay, the nays have it. The amendment has been defeated. So now we return back to the bill on the floor. We were under, through the committee, we were having a discussion just on the bill in its entirety, so just a general discussion of the bill on the floor. Do I have any members who wish to make a further statement or comment at this time on the bill as presented? Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to kind of, as the seconder, and kind of add to it. I know I've spoken already, but I got a few phone calls in the last couple of days, and if someone is able to work from home or they're asked to work from home, internet's pretty crucial. And there's some places where it goes right by their house on the highway, but it doesn't go into their subdivision, or it doesn't go down their road for certain ways. So it's so important that this becomes essential. And I just wanted to say that because this individual I spoke to this morning and one yesterday, but the one this morning was, he was very sincere and just saying how this impedes him working from home, how difficult it is, and how nice it would be if it gets corrected. And I know 2023 is not that far away, but it's a long time away if you're trying to work from home and you have interrupted internet and you can't get your work done. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to echo exactly what the Leader of the third party just said, that adequate workable internet is an absolute necessity these days, and I think COVID has highlighted that more than ever. as families have to work from home, whether they be children doing schoolwork or parents trying to do their office work from home. The requirement to have workable internet in your residence is more critical than ever. And I know, Chair, that we've had extensive debate on this bill already, and it's my hope that today we'll move forward very quickly. So I have a sort of semi-prepared statement I'd like to make here, which probably will be my last word on this subject. And I want to start by saying that I approach all of the work that I do in this House as if the other members here are first and foremost my colleagues. We represent different parties, absolutely, and we often disagree on all kinds of matters, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be civil to each other as we work through those differences. I believe that we can, and indeed we should, disagree, but we should do that without being disagreeable. I believe we can and we should object, but we can do that without being objectionable. And many members of this House from every corner have been working for years to provide true high-speed internet for all islanders. And I have cheered on all of the positive moves that have taken us towards that goal, and I've provided criticism, sometimes very blunt and strong criticism, when I believe that government is not doing all that it can. I believe that the current administration, and specifically the minister responsible for this file, has approached the challenges in a way that actually has a much higher chance of real success than ever before. And I also have a growing sense over the years of just the complexity and just of how daunting this critical issue is. It's not a simple thing to fix. And while we've been disappointed many times in the past by governments not coming through, I really do believe that this time we already have made big strides, and I believe that we will continue along that way. And I, of course, want this minister to succeed, because I want all islanders, regardless of where you live on Prince Edward Island, to have access to workable and affordable, true high-speed internet as soon as possible, but not just as soon as possible, long into the future. So the bill before us, I believe, with strong provisions and clear targets and reporting requirements, could truly achieve this. However, the targets in the original draft, they fall short of what government has already committed to. And the draft was also ambiguous in a couple of areas. What is affordable is not clear, and how a government that has no jurisdiction over that particular area could promise to achieve that is also a concern. What does it mean to declare something as an essential service? And both the leader of the third party and myself have said that clearly internet is indeed an essential service, but when we include those words in a piece of legislation, we have to be clear what that means. And above all, this bill, as originally written, sunsets in 2025, and of course I want to see proper internet for all islanders as soon as possible, but I want to ensure that that service remains current as our internet needs increase and our uses expand and all of those things. So I want a bill that's not just going to hold government to account today, but will hold government to account for a long time into the future. So I reached out to the mover of this bill on a number of occasions to offer to discuss my concerns and to provide what I consider to be potential solutions to make this bill stronger, to make it clearer, and so that it's a piece of legislation that will be indeed effective a long time into the future. I've written to the mover and indeed the minister responsible for this file on 3 occasions, and I've offered to meet and work through the differences of opinion that we clearly have. I've yet to receive even an acknowledgement from the mover of this bill, although the minister and his deputy minister and staff members from both our office and from the minister's department attended a virtual meeting yesterday morning to discuss the bill, to which the mover was invited but did not attend. So I really feel that I have, as I opened this statement by saying, I come to my work first and foremost imagining everybody in this House is my colleague and that we should be able to work together. And unfortunately that has not happened here. The intent of this bill is laudable, but my hope was that we would create a finished product that is not only promising in its intent, but also more meaningful in its practical implementation. So I look forward to the passage of this bill, as I have said many times in the past, and for the development of the strategy that it calls for, and I will use all of the tools at my disposal to continue to press government to provide all islanders with the internet that they need and deserve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the bill?
I will respond.
Okay, Tignish Palmer Road.
Thank you very much. Everything I've said so far, or want to say, has been said multiple times, but something new that the Leader of the Opposition brought forward was trying to work through differences and reaching out to me. But you don't reach out to someone 3 weeks after a bill has been on the floor. This is 4 weeks now that this bill has been on the floor. And it might be simple in format, but it means so much to islanders. I truly believe that debate takes place in this House, not behind closed doors. So therefore, if anyone has any discussion on this bill or any debate, this is the place to do it in public and not behind closed doors. So, just want to say that this bill being essential, I think government has done an effective job so far of expanding high-speed internet access, but we have to ensure that the service is available to all islanders, that all islanders have access to high-speed internet. It's no longer a matter of convenience. It's essential that all islanders have access to it. It's equality for all islanders, whether you live in an urban or rural community. Again, mentioned many times, the pandemic has certainly accelerated the need for islanders to have high-speed internet access, whether it's for post-secondary, working from home, or for businesses to adapt to online. So with that said, I do appreciate the support that I've received from members and from the public on this bill, and I look forward to this bill passing and that government can get underway with a clear and defined plan so islanders can plan ahead. Thank you.
Members, I just wanted to correct something I'd said earlier, which was the bill was amended in Committee of the Whole back when we first started debating with an amendment that came from Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture. Just wanted to make sure that we were clear that that amendment was made to adjust the date that appears in Section 3.1. Is there any further debate or discussion on the bill that's currently on the floor? No, if there are no further questions, I can... Shall we ask the question? All those in favour of the bill, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed to the bill, please indicate by saying nay. Member, your bill has passed unanimously.
Thank you. I move the title.
Broadband is an Essential Service Act. Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Shall it carry? Sorry about that. Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows.
No.
Shall it carry? That's where I said it.
There was no amendment. No. There was no amendment.
Oh, there was.
There was an amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. It was, I'm sorry, my mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Not today.
I've been called that so many times that it's coming out, but Madam Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the Chair report the bill agreed to with amendment.
Shall it carry? Carry. Great. We got there eventually. Just a lot of blind leading the blind sometimes.
It's been 4 weeks.
Oh, yeah. That's all good.
Carol, I thought she was Speaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having had under consideration a bill to be intituled Essential Broadband as an Essential Service, I think you get that right by now, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to the same with amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry?
You do that, yeah.
And Joey.
The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the 22nd order of the day be now read.
Should it carry? Carry. The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for unanimous consent to have Bill 105 read for third reading.
Honourable members, do we have unanimous consent? Yes. Honourable member, you have unanimous consent.
Bill number 105, Broadband is an Essential Services Act, read a third time.
Honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the bill be now read a third time.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Going back, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the 22nd order of the day, no. I'm trying to go by the script. Okay, we're going to try one more time. Yeah.
Wrong page.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the bill do now pass.
Shall it carry? Without. Oh, with. Honourable members, this is a bill introduced by leave of the House, read a first time, read a second time, committed to a committee of the whole House, reported, agreed to, with amendment, read a third time, and is now moved that the bill do not pass. All those in favour say yea. Yea. Contrary? Nay. You know, sometimes you can't get them out. That was one of them. Contrary. The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the 27th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 27, an act to amend the Public Interest Disclosure and Whistleblower Protection Act, Bill number 111, ordered for second reading.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the said bill be now read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 111, an act to amend the Public Interest Disclosure and Whistleblower Protection Act, read a second time.
Shall it? Honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that this House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? Who's the chair? The honourable member from Montague, Kilmuir, the chair of the committee of the whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled An Act to Amend the Public Interest Disclosure and Whistleblower Protection Act. Promoter, do you wish to bring a stranger on the floor?
Yes, please.
Shall it be granted? Yeah. Do I have to get you to introduce yourself? Could you introduce yourself and state your title for answer?
Sure. Joey Jeffrey, Clerk of the Legislative Assembly.
Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, or open it up for general questions? General? Okay. Do we have any questions? Shall the bill carry?
Carry.
That was quick. Okay.
I move the title.
An Act to Amend the Public Interest Disclosure and Whistleblower Protection Act.
I move the enacting clause, sorry.
Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Yeah.
It will be this first one.
Okay, perfect.
And so you'll have the title.
Yeah.
You need your signature on the inside.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having had under consideration a bill to be intituled An Act to Amend the Public Interest Disclosure and Whistleblower Protection Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? Okay. The honourable member from Tignish Palmer, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the 26th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 26, an act to amend the Conflict of Interest Act, Bill number 112, ordered for second reading.
The honourable member from Tignish Palmer, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that the said bill be now read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 112, an act to amend the Conflict of Interest Act, read a second time.
The honourable member from Tignish Palmer, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the leader of the third party, that this House do now resolve itself into committee of the whole House to take in consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Monaco Kilmuir to chair the committee of the whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled An Act to Amend the Conflict of Interest Act. Do you wish to bring a stranger on the floor?
Absolutely, please.
Shall it be granted?
Joey Jeffrey, Clerk of the Legislative Assembly.
Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, or open it up for general questions? General questions? Okay. Who do we have?
Sure. So this bill is a result of the 2015 report of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. In that report, it was John McQuaid at the time. He made several recommendations, and they're all outlined in this bill.
Questions? Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. And of course, I have a long and sort of storied history with this bill, going back to the days of the previous administration when there were actually two Conflict of Interest Acts on the docket simultaneously. And what the stranger just said about this reflecting all of the suggestions coming forward from the previous Conflict of Interest Commissioner is what's critical for me here. They do indeed do that. I have one question, and I'm not sure this should go to the mover or the stranger, but I had hoped and imagined that our Conflict of Interest Commissioner, Judy Burke, would be here today, given this is the only piece of legislation that guides her. Is there a reason why she isn't with us?
No, there is not a reason other than it was I was unaware that this was coming today, and so that's why I'm here. So I guess if they to put it back to the House, if the House felt like they wanted to have Judy here, we could always resolve that of committee and beg leave to sit again.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, it's not disappointing that you're the stranger. Let me be clear about that. I know that Judy has presented to LMC before. I've had at least 2 private meetings with her to discuss the bill and why all of these amendments are important, including, why all of the provisions of the bill are important, and including the amendment that I'll be bringing forward. And I'm just not sure whether it's appropriate for us to have that discussion without her being present here, because she did provide context for all of the provisions, the changes that were made, and also would perhaps facilitate conversation. But that's just I'm obviously just one person in this House, so I'm sad that Judy wasn't notified. I know that we only came up with today's order paper, it wasn't the last minute, but it was sort of mid-morning. I had hoped that would give enough time for her to be here. So I think my preference would be, if it's possible, to bring this back when Judy is available.
It's up to the committee how we would like to proceed. If we'd like to continue debate or report progress. Morel Dona.
Chair. I was under the standing that all members of legislative management were okay with proceeding without Judy here, but obviously there's one member that wasn't, so I'm okay with the reporting progress and then and bringing the bill back when the Conflict of Interest Commissioner is ready.
Mermaid Stratford.
I can speak to that. I did not relay that information when it was provided to me to the members, so I accept that, and that was my mistake, as I was dealing with something else and I didn't get a chance to relay it to the members of my caucus.
Morel Dona.
Motion to report progress, or is that how you would do it?
Promoter, would you move that motion to report progress.
Is it the wish of the committee that that is how we move forward?
I believe so, yeah.
I haven't heard the committee, I haven't heard from the committee.
Of reporting progress.
Pardon?
I'm in favor of reporting
Okay.
progress.
But is the committee, I'm sorry, I have to ask this question, because I have people looking at me now saying, I'm not sure if the committee is on board or not.
Perhaps a show of hands, or a show of hands here.
Leader of the Opposition.
Chair, I fear that I may have generated some concern here that wasn't shared by any other committee members. I was not aware of a conversation that had happened. If all other LMC members are comfortable with continuing, then I am too.
It sounds like there is general agreement in the committee to report progress. I guess perhaps by a show of hands.
Yeah.
Morel Donut.
Okay.
It appears as though the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is now saying that we don't necessarily have to have the Conflict of Interest Commissioner here, so I think we should just proceed with the bill.
We shall proceed with the bill then, with debate. Do we have any questions? Leader of the Opposition.
Not a question, but I do have a House amendment to Section 6. This is the section, Chair, that deals with the so-called cooling off period, which is when a minister ceases to become a minister, and then there are some narrow restrictions placed on her or him in terms of what employment they can seek within a certain period after they cease to be a minister of the Crown. I'll just read out the amendment, and then we can debate it afterwards. So I move that subsection 6.1 of Bill 112 is amended by the deletion of the words 12 months and the substitution of the words 24 months. So essentially what this amendment would do is double the cooling off period from 12 months to 24 months. There's a fair range of cooling off periods across Canada. Some provinces as high as 24. 12 is more common, but the reason I'm bringing forward 24 is that very often we don't revisit legislation on a regular basis in this province. Often decades can go by when we don't update legislation. And so by adopting 24 months as our standard cooling off period, we will be at the front of the queue, if you like, and would not need to revisit the legislation for some time to know that we are in line with other jurisdictions. So that's the purpose of the amendment.
Do we have questions on the amendment? Leader of the third party?
I just have concern with that. 12 months seem to be sufficient. We live in a small province here where, you can drive from one end to the other in 2.5 hours. We're not like a major center where, you could possibly find a job. Yeah, you wouldn't find a job 2.5 hours away from home, but this kind of where someone can go. And, 12 months seemed to be sufficient. It was 6, we went to 12. 2 years, as the member that made the amendment says, some jurisdictions have 24 months, but am I correct? And he said most have 12. So why are we going to 24 if only some have 24? I don't see this as something that could have to be altered in a month or in a year. I think we've made great strides by going from 6 months to 12 months, and I feel with the size of our province and there's not many of us that don't bump into somebody on the street or at a function and find out that their cousin lives next door to them or they are related to them. And there's not a lot of places, like a lot of places on PEI where if whatever your expertise is, whatever profession you are, there may not be a lot of places where you can go. So I think the 12 months is sufficient, so I'll not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. So I think it's important that everybody in the House understands that what this restriction is. It's not a restriction for a blanket restriction which prevents a former minister from seeking employment. In fact, not at all. It's a very narrow restriction in that the former minister cannot seek employment in an area which would be related to her or his previous position. For example, we had a recent situation where a former Minister of Education resigned, and he later became an employee of a book company selling educational books to schools. Clearly related to his previous post as a minister, and he waited until the 6 months and a day before he took up that position. So that's one of the few examples where that person would have to wait out the waiting period. Had he chosen employment in any other industry, for example, internet wiring, for example, or anything like that, he would have been perfectly fine to start employment the day after he left his ministerial position. So I think it's important that we know that this is a very narrow restriction. It does not mean that former ministers cannot pursue employment at all. They are open to do that with a very narrow exception of employment that would put them in a conflict with their previous position.
Leader of the third party.
So from what I'm hearing from the leader of the opposition that proposed this amendment, so it did work for that individual. He waited till 6 months. If a person doesn't, well, I'm sure there's checks and balances in place. So if you take it on to a year, then that's sufficient as well. And I mean, you know, we do get, I guess what I'm trying to say is, when I go back to the size of PEI, most ministers touch on a lot of industries in PEI, and there's a lot of places they couldn't go to work. So, you know, going from 6 months to 12 months, I think would be suffice. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the opposition.
Sure, I'll just, without muddying the waters here, the leader of the third party said, I'm sure there are checks and balances in there if somebody violates this. Well, actually, that's one of the problems, is that the jurisdiction of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner only extends to sitting members of the House. And obviously, when you cease to be a minister, you also cease to be a sitting member of this House. So there's this gray area where a member can leave her or his position as a minister and actually violate the Act. And there is an example of somebody doing that in this province fairly recently, actually. And because of the way the legislation is written and the limitations of the jurisdiction of the commissioner, there are actually no checks and balances, and it's a big problem with conflict of interest legislation across the country. I brought this up with the commissioner, and she actually initiated a conversation with all of the other national conflict of interest commissioners from the other provinces, and they share that problem. It's a legislative deficiency, I would say, that needs to be taken care of. So I'm very happy, by the way, that by the sounds of it, the leader of the third party is willing to accept 12 months. I think that is a big step forward from the 6 months we have now. Again, he asked why we were going to 24, and I think I explained that at the beginning. I won't reiterate myself why I think 24 would be better, but if 12 months is where we land here, I think that's still an improvement. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the third party.
Just one more comment. When you go down to 6.31, it states a former minister may apply to the commissioner for a waiver or reduction of the time period specified in Section 1. So it seems to me there would be a checks and balances there. So I just want to point that out. Thank you very much.
Environment, energy, and climate action.
Thank you, Chair. So it just appears like another one of those days where the leader of the opposition knows better than everybody else, including Judy, who, when she met with our caucus, said that 12 was what she said, the sweet spot. So I'm not sure why, when the Conflict of Interest Commissioner is giving us a number that she thinks is workable, that the leader of the opposition thinks that he knows better than her. The leader of the opposition also used an example of somebody who he feels like was in some sort of conflict, though there's clearly no conflict under the Act that the former member he was talking about would fall under. And I would also want to remind the member of Jordan Brown and the situation that he was in, where not only did he have enough years to get a lengthy piece of severance from the legislature, but he wasn't able to go back to work because of the situation he had been in being the Attorney General. So he was a young man who served one term in here with a young family and bills to pay, who got caught up in not being able to work. So I think that 12 months is plenty long, and I would agree with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. It seems like the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to pay anybody severance for the work in here. He doesn't want anybody now to get work after they work here. And I suppose it's easy for him, you know, his money's in the bank, and, you know, selling property at exorbitant rates to off-island interests has housed him enough money that he doesn't need to work. I need to work. I have babies at home that are 6 months old. When I'm done, I have to go find a job. And my department, currently under the Net Zero project that we are running, touches on every single department in government. And my background, being IT, the majority of the work that one would find even in the private sector would be interacting with government. So the honourable member, certainly it's easy to look at the world through his rose-colored glasses and big bank account. It's much tougher when you're in situations like some of the rest of us are in. And I look at some of the members that we have are much younger than me, and they have a lot of time left. And the chair of this committee were to get the tap on the shoulder from the Premier. He's a young man. He's got a long ways to go after politics to work. So I think that, you know, I don't know where the Leader of the Opposition thinks that we live. We're a small province. I think that the Conflict of Interest Commissioner's recommendation for 12 months is more than adequate to curb any of the types of behavior that he suggests goes on rampantly, and then you only can find one example of where he thinks it happened, and it was a book company. I mean, let's face it, he's talking about Doug Curry. Like, Doug Curry wasn't a principal prior to taking on the job. Like he didn't have tons of education prior to taking on that job. Like he somehow wasn't qualified. Like did he somehow, like he's insinuating that he somehow bought that job for himself, and it's really bizarre. It's a bizarre line that from a party that was supposed to be so positive and look at things positively, they look at us all like we're gaming the system and look like everybody like they're criminals, and never gives anybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to support this amendment, obviously, if it hasn't been clear yet. I think that when legislative management does their work, it's a nonpartisan environment where there's equal representation by all parties. And I've said this privately, and I'll say it publicly. When the work of the committee comes to this House, we should accept their work. It's done in a nonpartisan manner, and it's done through a nonpartisan office, the Speaker's office. And anything else is just political gamesmanship, which the Leader of the Opposition appears to love to dabble in to some degree. So I'll leave it at that. Not going to vote for it, and I think there's too many examples why.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, there's lots of things I could say, but I'll restrict my comments to the Minister suggesting that Jordy Brown could not go back to work, and actually that's not true at all. As I said earlier, it's a very narrow restriction indeed. Jordy Brown, being the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, and also a lawyer, it was a little more tricky for him, but he did go back to work, and he worked as a lawyer, and that was not a problem at all, as long as he didn't engage in any work that was directly related with government. And that's where the problem arose. So I think we need to be really clear that this is not a blanket exemption or a blanket provision that prevents people from going to work, as the minister just suggested. Again, I could say other things, but I'm fine. Clearly, the vote for this is ready to be taken.
Cornwall Meadowbanks.
I find it very interesting in respect of putting more barriers and impediments up. If we want to become the province that is more diverse and that has more equality in this legislative assembly, we want young professionals to come forward. We want young professionals to be a part of government. But I can tell you, based on what is being proposed here, there's not a young professional in their right mind that is a lawyer or an accountant. And you talk about lawyer firms, there's not a lawyer firm in Charlottetown that's likely not connected to government somehow, or have received funding or did projects or consultations. And it's the same as the accounting firms. PEI is not a very big place, and you're going to run into that constantly. I mean, we don't know if the minister responsible for agriculture has loans with government or finance PEI or innovation PEI. So are you saying that he won't be able to go back to work to his farm for 2 years? I think you talked about why change the cooling off period? Why not change the act and the limitations of the commissioner? If you want to encompass this House with more diversity, you're limiting that by putting these barriers and impediments up. There will not be those professionals. You have a member who's a teacher. If she was on that side of the House, she couldn't go back to teach, possibly, for 2 years?
No, that's not true.
Well, that's
not correct.
That's the clarification that the House needs then, because that's...
You need,
Well, maybe you should explain it to me, but, you know, you can't limit people, and yes, there needs to be a cooling off period, but Prince Edward Island is not Toronto. If you take the Minister of Economic Development and Tourism, and I've been there, he has immigration, innovation PEI, finance PEI, trade, export, aerospace, agriculture, fisheries, tourism, all the loans for fisheries, whatever. Where does that man support 3 children, go back to work to? That doesn't have any effect on what he's doing now.
He just sold his house in New York.
Like, and if I'm misunderstanding, honorable member, then you explain it to me, but if it's not that clear, how can you ask this House to support it? If there's so many questions surrounding it. And if you honestly believe that a young professional is going to come and offer themselves, knowing full well, maybe they're elected, like our honorable member from Charlottetown-Winslow, in a by-election, 2 years, he becomes a minister, in 2 years he's gone because of the next election, and he can't go back to work to his profession. Is that fair? Is that what we want? I have no problem with the cooling off period, but I think as a province and as legislators, we better think this through for the future of the legislation. Because I don't think we're doing any justice on trying to bring equality in here. Bring young professionals in here. That's what we need. And we talk about it all the time, but when you bring up things like this in the legislation, it's like, hold it. Is there, what's the purpose here? What's the real purpose here? Is it to limit those people that would wish to come? Maybe there's a young lawyer out there today that would love to come, but when they see that they can't go back to work for 2 years on something that they've trained, maybe there's a doctor out there that wants to come before. Well, if they're funded or if they're part of government, if he was in charge of health PEI, are you saying he wouldn't be able to go back to work? No further.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I have to point out how shocking I find it, how many current and former cabinet ministers don't understand our cooling off period and what it means. I don't know how that's possible. possible. Honestly, I find it really shocking. Cornwall Meadowbank was a cabinet minister. I am amazed how little understanding we have on what that means. It absolutely does not mean you are not able to go back to work. It means you can't take employment that is directly in conflict with your previous cabinet portfolio. That's just entirely different. I find that really hard to believe how few people in here seem to be familiar with that. I would encourage you to read up on what the cooling off period is. It does not prevent people from going back to work. Otherwise, how would anyone seek employment after they had served in government? It just specifically prevents you from being able to take employment that is in alignment with a cabinet portfolio that you held.
I just mentioned about 10 for the Minister of Economic Development.
Summerside Wilmot, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I find this a very interesting debate. Obviously, the question is ready on this, but the public will certainly find it interesting, I have no doubt. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'll get back in on this.
Environment, energy, and climate action.
Thank you, Chair. So I fully understand the bill and what it prescribes, and what I had laid out is in my particular case with our net zero plan, I will be in and working on it with every single department in depth and perhaps on a very detailed level with the private sector and with the public sector to make those things happen. I'd have to go to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner would then determine whether or not she thought I was in conflict, and I guess I would have to determine whether or not I would comply. When the Leader of the Opposition talked about Jordan Brown, Jordan was cleared by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to go back, but there was a file that came through the department that he said he didn't know about. I can't speak for him, and I'm not casting any aspersions on him, but that once it was found, he was found that he was in contravention of the act, and what John McQuaid said at the time, who was the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, was that it wasn't his responsibility to bring Jordan Brown back into compliance with the act. It was up to him whether or not he chose to. So in my understanding, at that point, he had to leave what he was doing again. So it's not as cut and dry as other members of this House want to make it. I think it's extremely complex. We're at 6 now. The act said go to 12, which I haven't heard a member here say they were opposed to going to 12. That's double what it was. And the assertion from the Leader of the Opposition that this is something that it would never get debated very often, so there's probably never an opportunity where this would be come back on the floor. Legislative management can take this stuff forward whenever they choose to. They can make an amendment to this very act every single year. But let's not forget the changes to this act were recommendations that were brought forward by John McQuaid. It wasn't the Legislative Management Committee didn't sit around and say and dream up things that they were going to bring forward. The only person who appears to have dreamed up things to bring forward is the Leader of the Opposition. Everyone else was working under the direction of the report that was given by John McQuaid. So I think that it's way outside the bounds of norm, and I think that legislative management has to have a discussion about how some of these internal bills are handled, because you have members of the committee who clearly don't agree with the decisions of the committee, even though the committee is bringing forward recommendations unanimously. So I don't understand how that's happening. Thank you, Chair.
Do we wish to call the question for the amendment?
Call the question.
Shall the amendment carry?
Yeah. No.
Member, the nays have it. The amendment has been defeated. It is now time to move on to the next order of business.
Carry the bill.
Carry. Shall the bill carry?
Carry. I move the title.
An act to amend the Conflict of Interest Act.
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor in the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry? Mr. Speaker, as chair of a committee of the whole House, having had under consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the Conflict of Interest Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice and Public Safety and Attorney General that the first order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General that this House do now resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration grant of supply to Her Majesty.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, Chair of the Committee of the whole House.
Now, the committee of the whole House to consider a grant of supply to Her Majesty. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Granted. And I'll give the floor to the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring some material back during my time on the floor with my budget. There were some questions asked, and I committed to bringing information back. Did Andrew send down? Here it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Responses with you.
Thank you.
Honourable members, we left off on page 61, the Department of Environment, Energy and Climate Action, page 61, and the section Production Development has been read and is currently under discussion. Stranger, would you like to, for Hansard, give us your name and position, please?
Sure. Michelle Keown, Director of Finance and Administration for the Department of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and welcome.
Thank you.
I think we have stuff to bring back.
Do you want to do it now, or you want to wait?
Well, can I just give it to you?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, we'll just give it to you.
Okay. So, honourable members, the Minister has some information brought back from questions asked yesterday, so we will have that copied and distributed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, again, we are on the section production development. Are there any other questions? Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question. We spoke a lot about planting new trees, which is obviously great, but didn't talk so much about that most trees are planted on clear-cut ground. So I was wondering if you could provide some more information on how many tons of chips you harvest each year, and what's the relationship between the tons of chips and acres cleared to make the chips?
Yeah, okay, I'll have to I'll get you the specific information back, but I think it's somewhere in the vicinity of 30,000 tons that goes to the energy from waste here on the Hillsborough River. And then our own facilities, I think it's 14,500 or something in that vicinity. Do you have the real numbers?
I don't.
No, that's it's give or take that.
Yeah.
And I do have a list. I had it on my computer that I can actually send you. I'll actually send you the file that I have that talks about it. It's all of the years and all of our facilities and how much they've used and how they've been provided and what they've come from. So in some cases over the years, it's been farmland that's been cleared. That's where the wood chips have come from. That, and sometimes it's harvested sustainable, and then sometimes we don't have the information. So I guess one can only assume that was a clear cut. But why don't I send you the file? It kind of has a detailed information, but it's a lot.
Charlottetown, Brighton.
Oh, that would be great. So is there any way to relate the amount of wood chips to per acre type of thing, or vice versa, to get that relationship?
Yeah, I think there is. I don't have the calculation, but I'll also get it. I'll get that for you. I think that, I mean, obviously this is something that we need to, with the whole forestry file, that we need to look at kind of in a deeper dive.
Charlottetown, Brighton.
Okay, I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Minister, I'm new and maybe I don't understand something, but you still have I know it's not in this section, but I can't find the active transportation section in here.
For active transportation?
Yeah.
Where's that fall under?
That is under the Office of Net Zero.
Okay, honorable member, do you have a question for this section?
No.
Yeah, it's way down. It's coming up. It's way down there.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
Okay, shall the section carry? Field services appropriations provided for the sustainable management of public land and financial and technical assistance to private woodlot owners. Administration, $31,700, equipment, $9,600, material supplies and services, $167,300, professional services, $200, salaries, $2,183,200, travel and training, $173,300, grants, $750,000, total field services, $3,315,300. Summerside Wilmette.
Thank you, Chair. Is this the section where I would find the Forest Enhancement Program, Minister?
Yes.
Summerside Wilmette.
Thank you, Chair. Can you give me a sense of how many applications come in under that program?
Michelle will be able to.
Forest Enhancement Program. So in 2020, 2021, we had 140 management plans come in.
Summerside Wilmette.
Thank you, Chair. And can you give me a sense of what point in the year that program becomes oversubscribed?
It was not oversubscribed last year.
It was not last year.
No, it was not.
Summerside Wilmette.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of years ago, when I toured the provincial nursery, they had indicated that they actually don't put a lot of resources behind advertising this program because the uptake for it is really good and it's typically oversubscribed. I was just wondering if, given the fact that last year it was not oversubscribed, are you considering putting further effort into advertising it and promoting it? Because I do believe it's quite popular.
Yeah, so we are going to start meeting more regularly with the different woodlot groups around Prince Edward Island. And through this last couple of weeks, I've been reached out to by a lot of people who are private woodlot owners who don't really belong to an association. So we're going to start, I think, and to go back to the conversation we had yesterday, we have to kind of look at what our plan is going to be in its totality. But I would see us needing to spend more money than what we have not under subscribing to it. So hopefully, hopefully we get a good plan in place, and by this time next year, we're coming back and the money is more than it's ever been, and you can ask me why and I'll tell you.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be asking why, that's for sure. I actually had the opportunity to ask some questions about this program, and I was really impressed with the work that's being done through the Forest Enhancement Program. I think it's quite beneficial. And my only further comment would be I'd encourage you to take any and all opportunities to promote it, to get as many people involved as possible, because it's doing great work. Thank you, Minister.
100%.
Any further questions? Shall the section carry? Resource inventory and modeling. Appropriations provided for the collection, analysis, and interpretation of land use inventory information and trends. Administration, $4,500. Equipment, $5,000. Material supplies and services, $5,900. Professional services, $7,500. Salaries, $447,700. Travel and training, $11,500. Total resource inventory and modeling, $482,100. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions in this section, Minister. I see that the department was budgeting $5,000 but spent closer to $50,000 for the equipment line. I was just hoping you could give me a sense of what that was for.
That's the purchase of software to complete wood supply habitat availability modeling. So just new piece of software to look at for modeling of our wood supply.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Minister, what did you say that software does?
It's a piece of software to complete wood supply and habitat availability modeling.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That's interesting. Is there any report that comes out of all of that? Any data that we would be able to have a look at?
Well, you can have a look at it. I don't know what form it's in, but I'll either make that available to you in a report, or you can come in and meet with our technicians and they can show you.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That's really interesting. I know there's been a lot of talk about the need for species at risk legislation on Prince Edward Island, for example. I was just wondering if this software is giving us a sense of where habitat is and what needs to be protected. I find that very interesting, and I definitely will take you up on that discussion.
One way or another, you'll have the information.
Summerside Wilmot.
I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Charlottetown Brighton.
Yes, thank you. I have a slightly more general question that relates back to your previous experience as Minister of Transportation as well. When we talk about planting trees, is there any good reason why the province doesn't plant more trees in the roadside areas, like whether you take Plan B or the offset bypass? There's acres and acres of land that could grow trees. Is there a consideration of getting that planted?
Yeah, I don't know what the concept is there, but I can find out for you. I don't know if there's snow removal concerns or site concerns. I don't really know, but we can get that answer for you. But it's a good point. We own a considerable amount of land there, and I think somebody in the legislature asked about using some of that area for pollinators too, which I think is a good idea. I can't remember who asked it. I listen, but sometimes I can't remember who was saying the stuff. But I think that it's noted, and I'll get you the answer. But it's a good point if it's something that we can do without making the roadway worse.
Charlottetown Brighton.
Okay, I'm good, Chair.
Charlotte Section Carry.
Carry.
Fish and Wildlife. Appropriations provided for the administration of management of various programs designed to conserve, protect, and enhance the province's fish and wildlife resources. Administration, $25,500. Equipment, $17,500. Material supplies and services, $114,000. Professional services, $7,500. Salaries, $933,000. Travel and training, $50,000. Grants, $1,626,200. Total fish and wildlife, $2,773,700. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Is this a section where I should be asking about the Land Protection Fund? Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to see that the province is putting money behind this. I actually think this is incredibly important. So I'd like to get some feedback from you on some of this, Minister. The first target, I believe, is to reach 7%, and then you have also indicated you'd like to reach a more ambitious target for protected land in the province. Do you have a sense of how much land this initial investment will protect?
Do you? Okay, Michelle does.
So with the $750,000 a year, it should get us approximately, I want to say 1,200 acres. Yes, 1,235 acres is what we anticipate annually. That's $750,000 investment.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. So 1,235 acres. How much closer will that bring you in terms of reaching that 7% target?
Is this is also the Island Nature Trust partnership?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So, I'm not sure where those numbers exactly came from, but this is our partnership with Island Nature Trust too. So they're gonna protect the land, and we're going to count it in our inventory because it is protected land. And I've been discussing back and forth, and I have an email thread going here now where we're trying to finalize what that whole thing will look like. So in some cases, they would need to use to buy land. In some cases, they need the money for their legal fees. They have a 10% that they, on any piece of land that they acquire, there's a 10% management fee that they put towards the land so that it can be cared for properly over the years. And then they would, in some cases, they'll retreat it back to an Acadian forest. They'll do some work on it to kind of repair what they have. So I think that it would be a moving target, because in some cases they might just need it for legal fees so that they can accept a gift. So I think every single year that amount of money would change year by year based on what kind of information or what kind of land they're trying to acquire. But that said, I wanna. This is kind of our start down this road with this partnership, and I'm really excited about it, and I feel like they are too. And we want to just make it work this year, so we're going to kind of figure out what it looks like and how they think we should deliver the money. We're not going to get our hands in the middle. We're not going to get in their way or anything. We want to make this really easy. And then I want to evaluate it next year and say, did we give them enough? Can they do more? How much land do they have that's been identified by them that they want to purchase, or identified by them as somebody wants to gift it to them that they haven't been able to acquire based on not having the finances for it? And at that point, I think we want to move that number. So this is like year one of something that I believe could be really, really, really good. So it's a small. I think it seems like a small amount right now, but it's something that if we need to grow, we're going to be all in to grow, because I really believe that they're going to be a good partner.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I think Island Nature Trust is a brilliant partner, and I think this is a worthwhile endeavor. There's no question about that. I'm glad to see government actively putting dollars behind reaching this target. And also, Minister, this target was first trotted out in the 90s. We were going to get to 7%. And when we didn't get there in the year 2000, we were going to get there by the year 2020, 20 years later. And we're still not close. So I was just wondering, I'm happy you're ambitious about this. I'm glad this is something you want to push forward. Do we have a sense of what percentage? Is this even 1%? This 1,200? I wouldn't think.
No, it wouldn't even, because it's a very small percentage. But we're going to couple it with our regular programs. So the Minister of Transportation would acquire land kind of all the time on behalf of government, and for various reasons, we may put something forward. The Department of Agriculture may put some. So other departments may put forward a requirement to acquire land, and in some cases it doesn't get used, or some cases we protect it because of the fish habitat or the stream that we're trying to protect. But the other part of the program, and it's something that we're going to ask our federal partners to consider under the Low Carbon Economy Fund or under some federal programs, is the buffer zone program we talked about, having a sliding scale to basically buy back the buffer zone. So in some cases we would buy to 50 meters and reforest it. In some cases we'd buy to 30 meters, but we're going to go far beyond. And we're going to base it on the slope, the land use, the area, the watershed. We're going to kind of rely on the Watershed Alliance, which is why I feel like it's so important that I build a relationship with them, because I'm going to rely on their advice and their existing relationships in those communities with both agriculture and private land owners. So we want to do it in a way that we can create habitat corridors. I know you talked about that earlier, but it's along an integral part per habitat where you have waterways, right? And that's an important piece of life for any living creature. So we want to have create safe corridors in there. We want to expand the buffer zone, obviously, especially in the high sloped areas. Often doesn't have a whole lot of value in agriculture anyways. It's something that wouldn't be used, in lots of cases wouldn't be used, and probably shouldn't be used. And I think that there can be a value put on it where we can acquire it. So we're looking at other funding. So we have a big target now, and the 10% is and you're right. Like, this has been a target forever, and I like to kind of hit my targets. So we're going to look at ways and look at who else we can bring in. And right now it's the federal government and the Low Carbon Economy Fund, which we hope can become a partner. And if not, we'll look at other ways to come up with money internally through other new programs perhaps, or changing of existing programs so that we have the cash to do this. So I'm pretty serious about it.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything you're saying in this. There's no question about that. It is absolutely critical that we establish wildlife corridors and natural corridors. I think that's smart. I think buying back land, particularly environmentally sensitive land in agricultural areas, perhaps makes a lot of sense, widening those buffer zones, treeing it. I agree with what you're saying in all of this. What I don't see is enough money to come anywhere close to what you would like to do here. So I hope that you are as enthusiastic as finding resources to get this done as you were for paving, Minister, because you'll get big results, and I want to see that happen. There's no question at all.
Yeah.
I'm curious, when people reach out for the forest enhancement program, if there's any suggestion of having conversations with them of potentially putting some of that land in easement too, and the benefits that can come from that. I wonder if there's not a potential way to encourage a marriage of those two things.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think that's a really good idea, because we have to use every available resource to make this happen. So I would agree with you. We don't have enough money there, obviously, to hit that target right away, and it's why I think that from a departmental standpoint, and Michelle probably can speak to this better than I can, but I think there's always been a reluctance to bring forward big asks, because there's always a big healthcare issue, or there's always a big capital issue. In government, there's always these decisions, and the environment always gets thought of as an afterthought. My intentions are for not to be an afterthought. So we'll work towards changing that, and we'll work towards bringing the department along where everybody believes that they'll never be told no for a good idea. I think for a lot of years, people have come up with ideas in the department only to have them shot down or not be funded, or told not right now. But I'm not that guy. If anybody has a good idea, we'll find the money, and that's just the way it is. And I think that as that grows through the department and people see that they can come with good ideas and that they'll just happen, that will inspire people to come with their good ideas. Because in the department, there is extremely smart people working there. So there's highly educated people who know their stuff. I just want to build that environment where we believe that there's no barriers to solving these problems. If money's the barrier, there's no barrier. We'll make it work.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely look forward to seeing what comes from this, Minister. I think that all of the ideas that you're bringing forward on this are important. I look forward to next year when they're fully funded and seeing what can be done with that. No further questions.
Shall section carry? Morel Dona.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about kind of my area, but the member from Summerside Wilmot probably made a better point for, I know, her neck of the woods with the Dunk River area. But my question is about the that buffer zone buyback. I know it's not an official name or something like that, but I know you've been talking about it, and how exciting and how important that is. And I think in our area, the Morel River, and when a piece of property come up in the Morel River, my immediate thought was, oh wow, I wish the government would be able to jump on this and purchase it and protect it, right? And obviously that, it's not going to happen that fast in the market that we're in too. Like when a piece of property comes up, I'm not sure how you envision that happening, that, I'm sure at some point you'll have people go out and investigate and find out, oh, this is a good spot to gather up and make an offer and negotiate. But what about for a spot when it comes up and you go into the marketplace? Now, to my point, like the Morel River is probably not a great example for because of the buffer zone that's already in place there. The Dunk River would be a much more logical place to start, for buying back. But I guess my question is I know it's hard to jump in on a small property, but when it comes across the table at Executive Council, is there any trigger there that Executive Council could look at for a property over 5 acres when it comes across to say, wow, that's something we should be protecting versus letting it go to market? I don't know. Is there any thought process about that?
It's a good point. I mean, I guess you're right. It's going to be, some of them are going to be very competitive to get a piece of. And where I think where I was more focused is where we have people we know aren't going to sell them unless we kind of approach them. So I was largely thinking farms where they would have large tracts along rivers, and Morel is a great example of why I want to do it. The Morel River is actually a perfect example of why I want to do it in other rivers, and I believe that it will lead to healthy waterways. So we were trying to come up with how we would do that and who the partners would be to that. But it's a really good point, and I can't answer your question, but I would be very interested in trying to figure it out, because in some cases those don't come to Executive Council. Like if you sold it to your neighbor, we would never get there. It would really only be come to Executive Council if it was like an off-island vendor, or if it was a package of land. I don't know all the rules, but I know a lot of stuff comes there that are based on land holdings and different attributes. So it's a really, really good question I can't answer, and I wish I could, but I'm sure that the people that are listening in my department will figure out how we might do that.
Or Aldona?
Thank you, Chair. And no more questions. I'll just make the point, though, like, because of, your limited money to start and you're going to try and start finding it, focus on those areas that we desperately need the protection, in the problem areas, long before we start looking at some of the easy ones elsewhere. I think that's where your priority should be. So I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And then I'll just comment on that. So when I met with the Watershed Alliance and I told them that I want to do this, I kind of said, why don't we pilot something in each county? You pick the area, make it a problem area, and see if we can fix it. Like let's go right at something heavy. So I'm kind of waiting to hear back from them for them to pick one. I think the thought at the time that it might not be enough time to do it this year, but that it would be for the next build season or next summer that they would actually tackle it. But they're going to take the time starting now to identify what the work should be and start working towards working with the owners. So they seemed excited about it. I was really excited that they were excited, because that meant that they would be willing to go out and do the heavy lifting for us. And like I said to the member from Summerside, if it's just a matter of finding money, then I'll go knocking on the doors for that part. But we first have to have the right partners and agreeing that the idea is worthy.
Total forest, fish, and wildlife, $10,514,800. Shall it carry? Carry. Climate Action Secretariat. Climate Action appropriations provided to administer the Climate Action Plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to address the current state of the environment, and to administer the federal, provincial, low carbon economy fund. Administration $14,500, equipment $2,000, material supplies and services $13,500, professional services $153,000, salaries $455,400, travel and training $27,500, grants $1,647,900, total climate action $2,313,800. Summerside Wilmot.
Minister, I'm wondering if you can tell me when the climate change risk assessment will be available?
I don't have the answer to that. Do you, Michelle?
I do not. No, we can find that out.
Summerside
I'll find out for you.
Thank you, Chair. And I understand that when this report was commissioned, Minister, you weren't the minister at that time, but can you also give me a sense of what climate scenarios we were modeling for? So what I mean when I say that is there are a number of potential outcomes depending on how much warming we experience, and the risks are different based on those different scenarios. I'm just wondering what scenarios were anticipated in this report.
I'll get that for you, and it's full.
Summerside Wilmot?
Thank you, Chair. I'd really appreciate that. On a different topic, I'm happy to see that we are looking at quantifying our greenhouse gas abatement potential, but I'm hoping you can clarify for me whether we will also be assessing carbon abatement costs, which is different than abatement potential. Abatement potential talks about the various ways in which we can avoid carbon. The carbon abatement cost talks about the dollar spent per ton of carbon avoided.
Right.
And that's something that the Special Committee on Climate Change has been calling on the department to start modeling for some time. I'm wondering if that work is happening and if that's information we could have access to.
It's supposed to be, but I can't answer you positively. I asked for it. I think you were in the room when I asked for it in my office. So I 100% want that, and we 100% need that to make our decisions on our net zero side too, right? So we have to release a report here soon and pick a path, and we have to get people to agree that this is the right path, so that islanders feel a sense of, yes, this is right because enough people agree to it. So I'll have to find out for you exactly, but I will. And if it hasn't started, like I believe it should have, then it will.
Summerside Wilmot?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that answer very much. I think this is a critical component to being successful in this, and it came as a big surprise to me that that wasn't information that was being assessed. So I think you're right. At this point, we have to be able to pick a path. You need to be able to examine various options and make educated decisions on what impacts that will have. So I look forward to seeing that. I do see that there was a report done on greenhouse gas abatement potential. I'm wondering if that is going to be publicly available. Do you have an idea of what scenarios they were looking at, what options they were exploring? I'm curious if it's
I do, but
transportation.
it was a heavy document, and I'm having trouble pulling the thoughts out of my head now. But there was a lot of stuff in it. I'll just get you a copy. It's not the final copy. I'll just get you a copy, and you can have it now. It's one of those things that we get. So it's Navius. Navius is doing the work first. So they do a piece of work, and it comes back, and we were like, oh, we also need this and this, and we send it back, and then they send it back. So we're kind of in that back and forth stage. But we're definitely releasing it public. And my understanding from all the work that we were looking for Navius to do was to be delivered to your committee as well, so that they were working with the same information that we were. I don't know if that was your understanding, but that was my understanding, was that we were just going to give you what we had because we're doing the same work. So you will get it. I'll get it to you right away.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure that will answer most of the questions that I have. So if you would like to just fire that over, that would be helpful. I'm of the impression they're doing a marginal abatement curve, and I could ask a lot of questions on that. But
if it were to show up in my email here this afternoon, I'll forward it to you.
Summerside Wilmot.
I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Total Climate Action Secretariat, $2,313,800. Shall it carry? Environment and Water, Division Management, appropriations provided for the management and administration of the Environment and Water and Climate Action Secretariat divisions, as well as the Energy Rebate Program. Administration, $8,700. Equipment, $1,000. Material Supplies and Services, I'm right in the middle of my transition glasses. Material Supplies and Services, $2,600. Professional services, $50,000. Salaries, $233,800. Travel and training, $6,400. Grants, $9,175,400. Total division management, $9,477,900. Summerside Wilmot.
Chair, do you have a sense of how many households have taken advantage of the clean energy rebates so far this year?
I'm sure we have that.
Mm-hmm. So was there a specific energy rebate, electricity, propane, or just in general?
I was wondering in general.
I have dollar figures. I do not have numbers
Of how many individuals?
of individuals, no, but we can get that for you. We do track it.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I would be interested to know, I am of the impression that this program actually has really great uptake and that there are a lot of people who are interested in engaging with it. I have a few questions on it, if you don't mind. I was curious if the backlog in processing the rebates has been dealt with, or if you are still hearing from islanders that have applied for their rebates and are waiting.
Efficiency?
I think that's actually under the efficiency program. So this is the 10% off electricity and propane.
Summerside
And we're
Wilmot.
not behind on that at all.
My apologies
Somerset Wilmot.
on that. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. And I was curious if in future iterations of this, you anticipate that propane will still be subsidized under this fund, or if you would imagine that would be something that is subsidized under social development and housing?
Well, that's a great question. I think we're trying to transition off of fossil fuels. I think that's what the goals that we've laid out for ourselves. So I think that some of these things we have to have a closer look at to make sure that they're going to align with the goals that we've given ourselves back in the fall. So I don't know how to answer that question other than to say I think some of our programming needs to change, and I think we have to look at some of the other options that are out there. And I think that when we get to efficiency, we can talk about it again, but we've been really heavy on our heat pump program. It's worked really well, and I think that we have to maybe look at that a little closer and maybe a little heavier and maybe a little more generous in areas where people really need our help to help them transition off, because I believe that we have a responsibility when we set these transition goals to help people that are in the lower income brackets that are going to struggle the most to make that change. So some of these things I can't change today, and I don't want to impact people negatively by changing them today, but if we bring in better programs for cleaner technologies, then we will be able to pare those ones back. It's kind of how I view it, but there's a little bit of work left yet to make that happen.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair, and we share that view. I think we'll never be successful in meeting our carbon abatement goals if we don't also help islanders who are struggling. So I think poverty reduction and climate action have to go hand in hand, because otherwise we've lost the plot on this. There's no question about that. So I absolutely agree with you, and I actually wouldn't want you to immediately get rid of any program that leaves people in a position where they're struggling. But I think we have to have a broader conversation about what support can look like in the context of clean energy. So I no further questions on that, Chair.
Shall this section carry?
Carry.
Water and air monitoring. Appropriations provided to administer and issue high-capacity well approvals, air quality permits, conduct air quality monitoring, undertake groundwater and surface water quality and quantity monitoring, and prepare groundwater and surface water reports. Administration $13,300, equipment $34,000, material supplies and services $55,300, professional services $148,500, salaries $1,007,000, travel and training $57,400, grants $100,000. Total water and air monitoring, $1,415,500. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. The most recent water quality report cards that I can find are using data from 2017, and it leaves out about 40% of the province. I was just wondering if there's a plan in place for more up-to-date, complete report cards.
Do you know that, Michelle? I don't know that offhand, but I'll get you the information. I can talk broadly on water, and I think that some of the water debate that we've had about irrigation water has brought, and the Water Act coming into play has brought a lot of questions about water and water quality and people's access to it in their homes. And I can't give you a percentage, but you would know most people don't have a water system delivering water to their homes. They have a well on their own property, and it's I did an interview not that long ago with CBC, and there was a lady who was looking to have the costs covered for the tests, and I'm like, I know it's like $500,000, or I know it's an expensive venture because that's what we currently collect. So if we don't collect that, then we have to come up with that money, which is fine. but she wasn't probably wrong. Like, I think that we want to know the water quality of PEI, and we want people to test their water. So in order to do that, I think we have to look at better ways of doing it. But I think that, and we have really good water people, as I've said numerous times in the department, but I think we have to kind of look at our focus on water and drinking water from a new lens. So I would say internally, I'm proposing that we change our view on it and change our approach on it. And I think we could make some positive changes that will ensure the access to safe, clean drinking water for everybody without, without you having to choose to test your water instead of buying groceries. Or I think that it's similar to the conversation about propane. I think that we have to be cognizant that if the people on the lowest income thresholds can't test their water, then we're putting them at a further significant disadvantage than they've already were to begin with by not offering them access to clean water. So I think the onus is on us, and I think we should look at that more holistically, and I think we will.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That is a lot to unpack, and
I
I'm
know.
definitely excited to do that, Minister. So in the last water quality report cards that came out, at least 4 watersheds got a red rating, or demonstrating that they had low water quality, problems with their water quality, and multiple beyond that fell into that medium or yellow range. And I'm curious if anything has been done to try to specifically address the water quality issues in the areas that we already know are at risk.
Do you know this, Michelle? No, I don't know the answer. So, but I will get that for you. But I know that I had reached out to Patrick Kiley. I don't know if you know Patrick. Patrick has a tech company here in Prince Edward Island that deals with water, and he has a system for remote communities for clean water. And I approached him about exactly this. I said some of the areas that go anoxic, and some of the areas that we know that the nitrates are high, and what can we do? And I know that he was super engaged. We had a long conversation back probably right after Christmas in a Zoom call where we had a bunch of people online, and he kind of told us some of the things that he's thinking. So we're engaging with him to kind of bring some ideas forward from somebody who has a high level of understanding in this area. So I'll find out what we're doing, but outside of that, I think we're looking to do way better things.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. And you've touched on a topic that has come up in this legislature for decades, the issue of nitrates in drinking water and in our groundwater. There was a commission on the nitrates in groundwater. I had the opportunity to review that report not all that long ago. And there are some really clear recommendations on what needs to change. I think that discussion has been happening, but we haven't actually seen any government take significant steps forward on this. And I suppose one of the things that I'm aware of that I think is really interesting, you had said earlier you'll never say no to a good idea that comes forward, and you spoke to the experts in your department as highly educated people. And Minister, I'd agree with you. You have some brilliant people, particularly working on water issues. And I know that it wasn't all that long ago that there were some experts in your department who put together nitrate reduction targets on a watershed by watershed basis to make a plan on how we can actually address this issue in the way that you're talking about and actually taking it on. But no minister has ever actually adopted those targets. They were put together by your department in consultation with scientists in the area. A lot of hard work went into it, and they're well researched. I'm curious, are you going to be the minister who adopts these targets?
Well, so thanks. It's a good question. And as you know, in order for us to meet our carbon targets, that's one of the areas where we have to tackle. So whether it's through precision farming or whether it's through our organic uptake in the soil. I mean, we've had several discussions with the Department of agriculture on a number of these issues. So the short answer is yes. The long answer is it's complicated. It's much more complicated than me saying yes, as I know you know. But in order to meet our carbon targets that we've set, we absolutely have to change the nitrate. Probably, you know what? In some of the cases, access to water would be one of the cases that would help, because I think just from anecdotally what I hear, sometimes the application doesn't have the uptake it should because it doesn't rain, so it's not it's not breaking down at the right time, that kind of thing. So I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to pretend that I understand it to that degree, but I know from at the coffee shop level understanding of this, and I think that we have a lot of work to do there. But I'm really, some of the stuff I've seen in precision agriculture has given me great hope that we're closer than we are far away to bringing us to a resolve on this issue. So I'll reiterate the answer is yes.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. So in the various reports on trying to address the nitrate problem on PEI, I've never seen anyone make the recommendation that irrigation is the way we can solve that problem. I definitely think that adding water at the appropriate time does do a lot for uptake of those nutrients. I think we do understand that, but that in and of itself will never have a big enough impact to solve that problem. And I suppose we've seen islanders concerned about water quality, particularly in the areas of the province where we've identified that they are getting a red or a poor report card score. And I just wonder, I recognize this work is slow, even if you made changes today, before they actually reach those changes reach the water level of impact, we're talking years and years and years. So I wouldn't expect you to meet those targets quickly. But I think there is something to be said about setting goals and being clear on where we intend to go and what we intend to do. I know your department has done a ton of work on setting targets in the most vulnerable watersheds. I'd just love to see you be the minister who says, we're going to adopt those targets and start taking the first steps towards meeting them.
Yeah, well, I think we have to.
Somerset Wilmot.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you, Chair. On a different topic, can you tell me if we are currently testing water at the provincial parks?
I do have a note on that.
Do we?
We do test the water at the provincial parks, not the beaches, though, so we would ensure that the public drinking sources are tested.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair, but we don't test the water in the beaches themselves.
No, that would fall under the Department of Health, under their environmental section.
Would it?
Yes.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. What a pity, I didn't realize that. Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what we are testing our water for currently?
I would have to bring that back.
Somerset.
I would bring that back if I could, thanks.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I have a lot of questions. If you would like to go to someone else, I'm fine with that.
He wants an intervention.
Okay. Honourable Member, I just have an intervention from the member from Cornwall Meadowbank.
For the drinking water, it's bacteria coliform, basically what they're testing for.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask a question to Cornwall Meadowbank,
we'll allow
but
it.
is that the extent of what we are testing for in our drinking water?
The last time I was involved in it, that's what the extent was for. And that would be a result of fecal and so on and so forth. Unless if there's two positive tests that have, it used to be anything above 0 in the coliforms, they'll go back and do a further test on more deeper dive into what the situation is.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you for that intervention. I appreciate it. The scope of what we are testing for, if this is the most up-to-date and accurate information, is a bit narrow. I would have expected that we would test for nitrates in drinking water, given the fact that we know that's quite a prevalent issue on PEI. Is that not part of our? can bring that back.
I'm going to have to.
That's-
I would like to clarify something. It's actually not the province that is responsible for maintaining that. It's the Environmental Industrial Services, Inc. is responsible for maintaining water supply for provincial parks, and they conduct routine sampling as per the regulation requirements.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That's very interesting. So we are not testing our wells for nitrates or pesticides or trace amounts of anything of that nature. We're not sure on that.
We'll find out what EC does. We'll get the answer.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I'll set that aside for now, and I'll get the information back on that. On a different topic, I would like to ask about some of the air quality regulations that we have, Minister.
Sure.
I was digging into this, particularly as it pertains to straw burners, and if I'm reading the regulations correctly, it looks like straw burners are exempt from our air quality regulations because the fuel source that they use isn't one of the fuel sources that are listed in regulations. Is this correct?
I will have to find out and get that back to you. I'm not going to lie, I haven't been that
Read
deep in
those
the regulations,
That's
no.
weird.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can appreciate that you haven't had an opportunity to read the regulations on this, but it came up. Someone had mentioned to me that we do not have a framework that tests for this. This is not part of our regulations, and I found that really interesting. So I went looking, and that's how I'm reading it,
Okay.
which feels like a bit of an oversight because, I mean, if you look to Europe, for example, they've had quite a lot of problems with air quality as a result of some of the older versions of their biomass. And if there's nothing in regulations saying we have to meet certain criteria as for a wood burner or a biomass stove, I feel like that would be problematic given that we often have them in locations like hospitals and schools.
Okay, we will check. I'll get you whatever information I can get.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I know that the air quality standards for biomass burners now in Europe has become really stringent, particularly when it comes to particulate as a result of the firsthand experiences and challenges that they faced with that. Given, as I said, that our biomass burners are largely in schools and hospitals, that really feels like quite a gap. I just wonder if you would look to bringing in more stringent standards that are in line with what Europe has?
I will look at it. I think my understanding of the biomass burners, like the wood for heat ones, because I've toured them, that they have a very low output level. But I'll get more information for you.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. And here's the thing. They can be made to have a very low particulate output, but they're not required to. And the standards that we would have here are much, much higher than the World Health Organization standards on this. So they certainly are able to be very efficient when it comes to particulate and environmental contaminants, but they don't have to be. And it just seems like that's an obvious gap.
I'll find out what we require them to be and what they're currently at, and I'll bring that back and we can start the conversation from there, at least as far as what we are doing.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Fair enough. I'll set that aside as well. I also see a grant for UPEI for a project called Evaluating the Water Balance in PEI. I was just hoping you could tell me a bit about that project.
Under grants.
That is our flow study guidelines, I believe. Yeah, continuation of our flow study guidelines.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. I've been really good at hearing everything you've said up until that point, but I missed that.
The flow study guidelines.
Oh, I see, I see.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have terms of reference for that project online that a person could have a look at?
I have no idea, but we'll get it for you.
Cool.
Somerset Wilmot.
I can put it online, you can find it there if you'd like, or I can take it back to you. We can do both, maybe.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That'd be just fine. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm good for this section.
Charlottetown Brighton.
Just had one question. To what extent do you measure, monitor, meter high-capacity wells, like for output drawn in any given year or month?
I'm not 100, I don't want to say for 100% sure, but let me take an attempt at it and then I'll get you the real answer. But there's nothing right at the well at this point is my understanding, but we monitor the watersheds and the water levels through several test wells throughout the island, and we have on the watersheds, I can only speak for the watersheds down at home, but they have markings on some of the bridges and stuff. And when I was young and I was fishing, you used to see the markings, and they would measure them there. So there's several ways which they would monitor the overall area, but I'm not 100% sure that we do it well by well. That's not to say that we shouldn't.
Charlottetown Brighton.
Seems like good information to have, how much has actually been drawn. But thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry?
Oh, no. Lynn's back.
Sorry, Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I see that I had made a note for myself to come back to something, and I did not.
Okay.
If you're bringing back information on air quality, I would love it if you could just clarify one quick thing for me at the same time. When I was reviewing our air quality report cards, it seems PEI's particulate matter maximum allowable levels for a 24-hour period and for the annual period are way higher than what the World Health Organization recommends. So when I was looking at it, it looks like in PEI, the 24-hour period, it's 120 grams per meters cube, and the World Health Organization says it should be 25. The allowable levels for annual for PEI looks like 70. The World Health Organization, it looks like they say it should be 10, like 7 times smaller. And I'm conceding I could be reading this wrong, but I was curious if I've misread this information and I'm interpreting it wrong, or if our targets are just way higher than the World Health Organization recommends.
Well, I hope they're way higher, but I'll find out for you for sure. How's that sound?
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That was the only other thing I wanted to add to your list of things
We'll
to
bring that
bring
back.
back. Cool. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions? Shall the section carry?
Carry.
Drinking water and wastewater management appropriations provided to administer approvals, regulatory compliance, and protection related to water wells, drinking water, and wastewater systems, and for the administration of the Water Act regulations, including well construction, water quality investigations, and other related services. Administration, $7,000. Equipment, $13,000. Material supplies and services, $8,700. Professional services, $7,000. Salaries, $490,500. Travel and training, $31,100. Total drinking water and wastewater management, $557,300. Shall the section carry? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hyde Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions in this section. There's a small increase in salaries here. I was just wondering if it was in anticipation for the Water Act coming into force?
Yes, it is. 2 new positions.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. You anticipated my next question. Can you tell me what those 2 positions are for?
A senior environmental technician and a safety standards technician.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That's really interesting. Can you tell me how many water quality investigations are undertaken in a year?
That we can bring back.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you. And while you're bringing back that information, I'd be really interested to know if they're done proactively or if this is the result of a complaint or a concern being brought forward.
That'd be good. Yeah, that'd be great.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That's it for this section.
Shall the section carry? Microbiology and chemistry laboratories appropriations provided for the microbiological and chemical analysis of drinking water, surface water, and wastewater. Administration, $43,700. Equipment, $17,000. Material supplies and services, $171,900. Professional services, $10,500. Salary, $739,700. Travel and training, $4,100. Total microbiology and chemistry laboratories, $986,900. Summerside Wilmot.
Chair. So, excuse me here.
Call the hour.
The hour has been called.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. We're earlier tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, we're early. That's better. Good early run. Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and the chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the whole House having under consideration the grant of supply to Her Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Morel, Donna, and the government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from Montague Kilmer, that this House do adjourn until May 13th, Thursday at 1 o'clock in the PM.
Shall it carry?